content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you.
Yo, what's good, everybody? I'm Gigi. Get tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chasers, man. Before I get things started, man, as I always do, man, I want to give a shout out to the haters, man. I hope y'all having a good afternoon. If you can, could you please make it a point to, like the video, man. Hold on, I got some things that's weird going on here, man. Can't get this thing to cut off, man. What type of crazy shit is this, bro? Oh. Crazy stuff going on, but make sure you share and like the video, man. Appreciate it if you do that. Also, I just want to make sure, man. Now, let me get things started, man, by just going ahead and shouting everybody out, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay. So, shout out to Brotherly Love, Jason Hills, Be About Peace and Pleasure, Charles Finney, Interesting Thought, Lee Ways, Bim Rock, Blacksword 404, BD Main, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Michael Ross, Lord Hamal, Apex Prowler, Ezekiel Will, Naomi Gary, J. Cleveland Green, The Toxic Masculinist, Pulpit 28, No Sleep, Broken Blade, Mr. King, Larry R., Seth Son, Devon Love Ridge, Afro Troop TV, Show Me, Spain Man, Ben Cannon Kenton, Seven Coast Dojo, Anthony Davis, I'm Just Jules, An Honest Look, Sherlyn Woe, Ricky Dawson, Stefan, Julius Ferguson, True 7360, Mr. Me Too, Call for President, Gold Professor, AKs and Curtains, H-Town, Roguish the Billmonger, Adrian Thomas, Electrician 480, Benga, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanco 1, D. Scott, Path Guy, Pete Rock, Aaron Peters, Barnolas, Vincent Lindsay, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, Black Wizard 80OS, Jazz Deck, Shadow Observer, Artisan MC, Troy Warren, Mrs. KP Bailey, Alan Wiley, The Face, Life of Commerce, Dreamlit, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Adam, BGS Ivmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, Scott Haywood, Black Uru, Dr. Tree, Leroy Honeycutt, 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Kevin S., Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean, Charles Gilmore, Greg Berry Little, Mr. Valentino, Cameron 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, I Collar, Donna Watts, Coach Hotep, Old Soul Chief, Mr. Blue Collar, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Aaron Smith, DH, Red Pill Revelator, A Double, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Kalon Jakala, Hostile Adept, and WPR1. Also, I want to shout out David Carroll, Forrest Windu, and Kevin Samuels. Also, Passport OG, J.E.K., Chris Flowers, Christopher Burton, Daxby, J Live, Rashawn Phillips Searles, Keith Bass Jr., Nick, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, J. Cleveland Green, I'm the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, Tyrone Hampton, Darnell Smith, Excalibur, Pursuer Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, J. Bailey, Mr. Michi Momal, and the same. Well, thank you all for supporting the Green Gorilla channel. I appreciate that. And it seems like right now I got some wacky things going on with my system. I think that Stream Deck just updated its system, and so it's a lot of wacky, wonky things going on. So I'm gonna see if it works, but I'll be back in a quick minute, and we'll get on with the show.
What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless.
All right, man, we're back, man. I hope y'all having a good Sunday afternoon. Shout out to Barry Little. I appreciate the donation, man. He says like, share, subscribe, donate, become a member, accept no substitutes, support real black male media, support the Green Gorilla channel. I thank you, Barry Little. Appreciate that donation. Nobody has to support me. I understand that. That's the way the game of YouTube operates. That's how it is. Okay? And shout out to everybody out there in the chat. Every now and then I'll keep my eye on the chat, but if there are people who have wrenches, please moderate the chat and make sure that, you know, people making snide, off the cuff, insulting or derogatory comments, man, just kick them out, man. Don't even give them a second chance. Like, don't just time them out. Kick them out, man. Put them on ban, you know, like just remove them. Cause I don't have time for that, man. So, anyway, man, let me just get into what it is that I have to say here. I'm going to try to say it like a lot of times, you know, I rant and rave and I use a rhetorical style that's pretty acerbic, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm just going to, you know, talk to you like a regular individual, a regular human being, man, and just tell you what I think about this. Like, okay. Now, I mean, from the outset, from the very beginning of my entry into, you know, YouTube work, if you want to call it that, or, you know, being an influencer, if you want to call it that, or being a content creator, if you want to call it that. From the outset, I've been critical of white women. From the very beginning. Okay? I mean, I've been critical from the very beginning of white women because I consider white women to be full-fledged participants in the colonial, slave-based, and segregation-based projects in the U.S. I mean, those are the facts, okay? They supported, white women did, and encouraged the theft of the Northern American continent, the genocide of the Native Americans, the buying and selling of black slaves transported across the transatlantic. When the Civil War was over, white women, along with their white male counterparts, did all they could to support segregation in order to maintain white supremacy. And ultimately, when the Civil Rights Bill was passed, they hijacked it by adding sex to it. And so now they're classified as a minority group. So you really don't have to tell me about what white women have done and what they're doing back then or at this very minute. I know what they've done. And my record demonstrates this fact. All you got to do is go dig into the archives. You'll see what I have to say about white women. Okay? You'll see it. But here's the thing. And I said I'm not going to rant and rave. I mean it. But you just have to understand, man. At this very moment, man, there are content creators in the black manosphere who prefer white women over black women and who regard them as porcelain goddesses and shit. Now tell me if I'm lying about that. Am I lying about that? Let's just keep it above. Isn't that what a large contingency of SYSBM is about? Let's not cap about this. Now, I'm not saying that everybody, you know, is about this business in the black manosphere, but there's a large contingency of black men in the manosphere who are about that. Go find yourself a Becky because these black bitches are too masculine, too strong, too non-submissive and shit. Right? Now, I've never said this. This is not something that I've been saying, okay? Now, it's true. I might go off on black women when I feel like they're on some BS. I will. But you've never heard me say that there's something innately ugly, inferior, or that there's something ontologically flawed about black women. Now, I call them on their bullshit participation in white gender politics and the performance of superwomanism, or you could call it, whatever you want to call it. You can call it black girl magic or being independent and strong. I call them out on that. But I think these problems are mostly cultural and circumstantial, not necessarily innate or biological. Now, we can talk about the history of slavery and all of this and how it led to, unique and different forms of family life. We've been over this, okay? But the truth is, just be frank about this, man. Let's be frank, man. The truth is, some of you manosphere guys, man, you Negroes, hate black people so much that you would promote asinine and ridiculous arguments in order to make yourself look good. And this is the same for black men and black women, who many in the manosphere deem to be people who are worthy of extermination or ethnic cleansing, man. I've heard this language. To me, that's low-life discussion, man. That's low-life discourse to me. Where do you get your politics from? The Marvel or the DC universe's take on supervillains? Like, is this where you guys are coming from? Because you can't be serious. But, hey, maybe you are serious. I don't know. So let me get that straight. Let's not act like the black manosphere is absolutely and positively pro-black. Because it's not. Okay? Those are the facts, okay? Now, also, thank you for whoever hit me up with the Cash App. Shabazz. Appreciate that. Also, the black manosphere, let's be frank about this, it's mostly anti-immigrant. Absolutely anti-immigrant in many ways, right? Now, although there are many men who frequent the black manosphere space that are from Africa, I've heard Nigerians here, I've heard people from the West Indies here, people from Jamaica here, and other places, Latin America. The vast majority of black men in the manosphere are African Americans and have an ADOS pro-FBA leaning, which is not necessarily a bad thing if it's moderate, but a lot of it is extreme. It's extreme. But the odd thing about it is, black men in the manosphere have the potential to be even more acerbic and hypercritical of African Americans and African American culture than white people and other immigrants. All you have to do is tune in to Black Manosphere channels and you will hear about pookies, strags, and maggles, each of which are terms that are designed to stigmatize poor black people and to describe them as degenerate and culturally impoverished, if not innately flawed. Now, I already know what this kind of language leads to, and I know what the purpose of it is. This kind of language actually is utilized to dehumanize such persons so as to eventually make their derision and their death more palatable to the public. That's just what it is. That's what the language is for. Go do genocide studies and go look at what derogatory language is designed for. Because to be truthful, I mean, in essence, most of the black men in the manosphere, I ain't gonna say most, but there's a contingency of black men in the manosphere who are more critical and profusely hateful of black people than I've ever dared to hear a white person say or insinuate in public or in private in my entire life. In my entire life. And yes, this goes for just Pearly, who I've never heard use pookie terminology or terminology specifically aimed at black women or men like that. I'm just being honest about it. Now, I'm not giving her a pass. This is not giving Pearly a pass. But let's just be frank about this. There are black manosphere content creators who rejoiced, were in glee over the death of George Floyd. Rejoiced at the death of George Floyd, and who lionized black police killings because, based on their own anecdotal experiences, that ain't never happened to me. I've been pulled over many times. I was treated with the utmost respect by the police. There are even black manosphere content creators who at this moment literally call for the death of black people who've had contact with the criminal justice system. And this, despite the fact that nearly 1/3 of black men in the United States have had contact with the criminal justice system for mostly nonviolent and victimless drug crimes. So in essence, there are black manosphere content creators who are calling for the literal genocide of 2 million or more black men on the grounds that such an extermination would clean up the black community. Talk about delusion and Uncle Ruckus foolery. And many of you guys who consume this content respect that kind of language. You love these buffoons and these coons and their talking points. You love that. Yes, a drug crime is victimless, by the way. If you're buying something and I'm selling something, I'm not knocking you on your head. I'm not bashing your skull in to get it. A victim crime is somebody taking something from you by force or through deception. That's what a crime is. That's victim related. A transaction between two people, it might be against the law, but it definitely doesn't contain a victim who something has been done wrong to. No, that's not how that goes. Now, if I take your drugs, that's a crime. If I take your stash, that's a crime. If I rob you, that's a crime. If I assault you, that's a victim-related crime. But me selling something to somebody who wants it, that person is not a victim. Sorry. Understand what a victim is. Go look up the definition of what a victim is. And go look at the law. So what? 2 million Negroes who've had contact with the criminal justice system, we need to exterminate them, commit an act of genocide. Come on, man. But y'all want to talk about Pearly. As far as I'm concerned, you Negroes need to clean out your own freaking closet before you start going in on Pearly. What I'm saying is, you need to go clean your own house. Like Jordan Peterson say, clean your room. Clean your own room before you start telling other people to clean their room. Now, I'm not saying you can't walk and chew bubble gum or talk about two things at the same time. I understand it's not an either or, and I'm not presenting it that way. But some things need to take priority over other things. What I'm saying is you treat a bullet wound before you treat a scrape on your knee. You got to attend to the bullet wound before you start working on the scrape on your knee. One is life-threatening, the other is superficial. But see, you cats ain't just walking and chewing bubble gum. You walking with bubble gum all intertwined in your hair and infused in the strands of your clothing. You want to treat a scrape on your knee rather than to treat the nonsense that's happening in the manosphere itself. Now, how's that for a twist? I just use your own talking point against you and your own arguments against you, especially if you're conservative and black. I just played the Uno reverse card, especially again to you conservative black manosphereans who love Trump and everything the white people ever did or do. You're quick to say the black people are your own worst enemy. It's black people that hurt you and exploit you and manipulate you. Well, I'm saying something similar. It ain't Pearly you got to worry about. It's the black manosphere content creators you got to worry about. Black megalomaniacs who overvalue their influence and who bend over and pop it, spread it, bend over, let me see it for likes and subscribers, and who will demean and antagonize other content creators. Them are the ones you got to worry about. But the difference between me and you is that I expect white people to be on some bullshit from the jump. I expect them to be on some bullshit from the jump because I'm actually a racial realist. Not like the guy who Pearly interviewed who has your panties all up in the bunch, but the founder of critical race theory, Derek Bell, who argued that race-related issues in the U.S. are permanent. They ain't going nowhere. You argue that racism is a non-factor and no excuse for black problems. I know that it's a factor. And I'm trying to work towards informing people so we can move towards justice in the domain of race politics. That's how I feel about it. But when you think about what's going on now and all this clutching pearls and all of this, I got my panties all up in the bunch about Pearly. When will y'all realize you can't control the internet, bro? You can't regulate what people, especially white people, create or profit from within it. You cannot. You can't determine who the algorithm promotes or who it demotes. You cannot. Furthermore, when will you acknowledge that social media, far from being the political panacea you think it is, it's really nothing more than a way for corporations to get misfits and nitwits to buy consumer products that they don't need by using airheads who create social media content. In other words, social media influencing is at its core, an affiliate and marketing-based business model. And it's primarily a white affiliate and marketing-based business model. You can't change that, no matter how hard you try, bro. You can't change that. YouTube is owned by Google. Who owns it? Google. And Google primarily employs and is run by who? Who? It's white dudes. They make the rules according to what's in their interest. And let's just be frank about what's in their interest. What's in their interest is what sells consumer products and services. What's in their interest is content that interests the people who buy ads from them, who buy ad space from them. And that interest is as mainstream and white as baseball and apple pie. That's just the facts about it, man. Dating and mating is on the table. Race-related issues, they are not, bro. They're not. I'm sorry to tell you, I'm sorry to inform you, passport bros, gynocracy critiques, Moynihan report dialogues, they don't sell products, man, and consumer goods, dog. They just don't, man. The statistics demonstrate that the people who consume this content don't have the kind of disposable income that advertisers are looking for people to spend shit on. It's just not. So in essence, the things you talk about and ruminate about doesn't pay corporate America's bills. But apparently, the things that Pearly talks about does, whether you like it or not. Now, this chick is trying to expand and have conversations with controversial people, and you know why it is. First of all, she saw the kind of money and attention that Andrew Tate brought in. It might have been negative attention, but it brought her in attention and got her more followers than she had before. And she wants more of it. And talking about dating and mating, it's got some growth in it, but not for money-making purposes in the long run. You know it and I know it. But because most of us are caught up in the black gender war struggle bubble, we can't get out of it and we can't see it. Pearly is making chess moves. She's thinking about the next move. She's trying to be on some Joe Rogan shit. But black folks is on celebrity gossip shit, Mean Girl high school shit, and Uncle Ruckus bullshit. That's not good for money. There's not monetization progress in it, man. It's not monetization future in it. I'm just being honest. I said it and I meant it, man. Now, she used the gender war bullshit as an entry point because it was hot from Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit and all these other guys, or whatever the case may be. Now she's parlaying on to the next thing. She's moved on. And as they say in marketing, all publicity is good publicity. The more you denigrate this chick, the more you denounce this chick, the more fuel and controversy you're adding to her fire. You got to deal with the shit. You don't have the complexion for the connection or the gain to gain the fame. Not using these talking points, not using this kind of content. Now, if you want to talk about consumer products, you want to talk about hip hop, then maybe you might have a chance to blow up. Many black content creators have blown up off selling products. Or even doing goofy shit like Kai Cenat and them guys. Or talking about relationships like showing black love with like voyeurism, like following the cameras, following life situations of people who are in relationships. That shit sells. Now, I'm not saying there are not anomalies or outliers to this general rule, but we got to be frank, man. Like, people are riding on the wave of Kevin Samuels. They saw what was possible. And now they want in on it themselves. They feel like they deserve it too. I deserve what Kevin Samuels had. Man, Kevin Samuels blew up from interacting and interviewing women on a daily basis, and not to mention the fact that World Star Hip Hop made him famous, man. World Star Hip Hop made Kevin Samuels famous, man. All it took was one viral video, and that was it. He caught fire after that. And everybody else is like, well, you know, I can get that fire too. I can get that. But on the way to it, what I don't like is all of the subterfuge, the backbiting, the player hating, and the backstabbing. I said that, but quite literally, there are people in this space who are actively working to destroy and undermine others in the space over likes, views, subscribers, super chats, ideology, cash app hits, and so on. Some people will say and do almost anything to keep the attention of their subscribers or to gain more members or whatever. Now that's part of the game I don't really want part of, man. I'm not about to engage in that. Now if you keep slapping me, I will bite you. If you keep antagonizing me and provoking me, I will get at you. But I don't seek to go out and create enmity anywhere. But all that backbiting, the subterfuge, the player hating, the calling out and canceling, y'all can have that, man. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't need that. All I want to do is teach what I know to those who are interested. If you're uninterested, don't come here. Don't be here. If this is something you don't want, you don't have to be here. I done told you before, I'm not your leader. I'm not your relationship coach. Neither am I your pussy whisperer. I'm not here to help you get your game right and help you get your relationship right. What you do with your life is your business, man. I can give you information, we can talk about ideas, but it's not my job to enhance on an individual level your experience in the world, man. Or to make things better for you over the internet. You got to do that. But here's the strange thing, man. If I was Jesus or a Messiah type figure, I could turn water into wine, raise the dead, heal the sick. Many of you Negroes, man, in this space would still find a reason to hate whoever it could be and say they were degenerate and needed to be eliminated. If anybody could walk on water, multiply fishes and loaves of bread, many of you hating Negroes would still find a reason to try to crucify instead of glorifying that individual. Some of y'all would make a deal with Satan himself if you can get more social media attention and likes and views. What I'm saying, I mean, whether you like it or not, man, many of you all are no better than Instagram thoughts who prostitute and flash themselves for money, man. At least they know what business they're in. They know what business they're in. But a lot of y'all think y'all in a different business than the one that you're in on the internet, on YouTube. You think you're in the business of improving the black community through content creation, backbiting, subterfuge, and player hating. But it takes more than that, man. That's why Gil Scott Heron said a long time ago, the revolution won't be televised. But y'all seem to think it's going to be monetized on YouTube. How, bro? How? Stop worrying about Pearly, man. White people gonna white people, man. That's what they do. They've been doing it since we set foot on this continent. They gonna continue to do it when we don't. I don't look for, first of all, I don't consume Pearly. I never even watched her. I have no desire to watch her. I have no desire to listen to a white woman tell me anything anyway. Give me dating and mating advice. I have no desire to do that anyway. So what you doing it for anyway? I was talking to Sandog the other day, man. You got different levels to the manosphere, man. Some people are on the lower level chakra shit. What Pearly is talking about, man, primarily is on some lower level chakra shit. dating, mating, relationships. Yeah, it's cool to talk about to some degree. But it has to be an evolution, a higher conversation, especially for people, man, who really, prize intelligence, man. All she doing is using talking points that's been here for a while. But I mean, hey, you can't stop it, man. You can't control the content. Until you can control Google, you can't control who says what and how they say it. I can guarantee you that. I know for a fact you can't do it. You don't have the power to do it. You don't have the wherewithal to do it. You don't have the capacity to control it. You got to understand that, man. Like, I mean, you got to come to the conclusion, man. You got to understand. And let me just say this so you can understand it real clearly, and then I'm going to be done with this, man. Content creators cannot copyright ideas or content themes. You can't copyright the gender war. You can't copyright general trends in dating and mating. You can't copyright talking about and having conversations about red pill themes. You can't do it. Because copyright law, if you look at it, it protects original works of authorship fixed in a tangible form, like a damn musical, a novel, a Broadway play. It doesn't protect ideas or concepts by themselves. If you come up with an idea for a video game that has a detective solving crimes in a futuristic city, you can't copyright the idea of a detective solving crimes in a futuristic city. But if you create a specific video game with a story, characters, and visuals that are based on the idea, then you can copyright that specific expression of the idea. But you can't copyright the idea itself. You don't have the ability to do that. Because it only protects, copyright law, original works of authorship. It doesn't protect generic or commonly used ideas, concepts, or themes. So other creators can take whatever it is that you've had an idea about and take it and run with it. That's the game, man. Other content creators may create their own expression of the same idea as long as they don't take your specific expression of the idea. That's the law. So, and I get what the brother said about the new kids on the block. Kevin Samuels was New Edition. Pearly is the new kids on the block. She could be Vanilla Ice, but you can't stop her from going out there and singing. Now, you ain't got to watch her, but I don't watch her to begin with. So I say, man, get off, stop giving that woman attention, man. Because all you're doing is fanning the flames. Now, I don't hate her, I ain't never really even consumed the content. I seen some shorts of hers here and there. So look, I'm gonna leave it open. People could, come in and voice their opinion if they want to. If you desire. If you don't, I'm out of here, man. It's a Sunday. I'm about to make this tilapia. I'm about to blacken it. And, eat that joint with some baked potatoes. I don't want to fry no potatoes right now. Oh, here we go. Chaos, man, what's happening?
What's good, Green Gorilla GT? How you doing, brother?
What's up, man? You here to start trouble, man, or you here to, you got something to say, man?
No, the thing I'll have to say, brother, I have to agree with you that a lot of people give too much attention to certain people that it's irrelevant in regards to growth, what black people are trying to achieve or what black men is trying to do personally. I mean, I know that is trending. And you know me, I jump on it. But when I look at overall that, I don't subscribe to most non-black people's content create like this. But I see how they got where they are, and I see why people getting all fizzled. But personally, I mean, what do you expect? This is not our website. I mean, this is not our platform. We didn't create YouTube, nothing like that, so anybody can come in and do whatever they can. You get me?
And that's the whole point I'm making. Anybody could come up. YouTube is owned by Google, and Google is a business that's in the business of developing technology for a profit. Bottom line, they sell phones, services, digital services, and provide platforms for websites. They got a search engine out of this world. Okay.
Also, advertisement as well. Don't forget that.
Well, I mean, they derive their money from you. They exploit you. Man, Google, for everybody who makes money on YouTube, they get damn near 30% of your cut, man. All the money you make, they make money as well. And I ain't saying, look, I'm not saying support or not support Pearly, but stop talking about Pearly like, oh, well, Pearly, the worst thing that ever happened to the black manosphere. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that argument, man. I'm hearing people in the manosphere make arguments far more acerbic and far more vitriolic than I've ever heard come out of just Pearly, man. I'm just keeping it a buck. I've heard it with my own 2 ears.
Yeah.
I've heard people say we need to exterminate.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've heard the language is.
How they go? How they go?
I've heard genocidal language used by men in the black manosphere. I've heard language where black men are lionizing other black men getting shot and killed and shit like that. I've heard it lionized. Or black police beatings. I'm glad that nigga got beat up and got killed. He's a fucking junkie. I've heard that. And then y'all pat him on the back. Yeah.
Shit, that's pathetic. Very pathetic. Wow.
Now all of a sudden, y'all mad at Pearly? This is part of the black manosphere culture. So no wonder. Small wonder. BGS, where your icon at, man?
Huh?
Oh, there it go. I was like, I ain't see the lightsaber, man. I was like, where he done forgot his Jedi shit gone?
I got more stuff I got to put up, so I got to add some. Thanks, shout out to MGTOW Universe. He made me about 8 of them, so I got more to add.
Shit.
I think you saw, but you know what? Can I be black pill for a moment?
Go ahead, man.
Okay. If you read, I think the book is called the Lucifer Principle. He talks about a viral meme, okay, and how you spread propaganda and who spreads it, right? The black manosphere, Kevin Samuels, all spread black manosphere propaganda. Okay, Pearly's doing the same thing. Who cares? Who cares for your propaganda? Who cares?
I've heard you say that on several occasions, and I understand it. Look, so my thing is, this is what you're saying. If the content is centered around talking points that you promote yourself,
Yes.
then why would you care about the messenger? If the messenger is Satan himself,
Yes.
why would you care about it?
Yes.
If it was Trump doing it, if it was whoever, it don't matter who does it. As long as somebody is actually pushing your narrative, then like what's the point? But see, I'm gonna tell you what set Negroes off about Pearly.
Okay.
Pearly said something that basically made black ADOS people's panties rise in a bunch.
Black women.
No, not just black women. I'm not saying it didn't, okay? But one thing that raised the eyebrows of some black ADOS people is when Pearly said that African and West Indian immigrants often work harder than African Americans.
Yeah. But the thing is, they didn't hear the whole. They didn't hear the whole context because what's his name? Fuentes is anti-immigrant. Okay, that's where the discussion started. She didn't just bring it up willy nilly. He's anti-immigrant. She says she's not anti-immigrant.
Right.
And that's where it started. But people don't put the two things together. They just focus on her because they don't want white she-devil to piss off the black women.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, okay, so this is my thing about Pearly and the conversation of black women, right?
Yeah.
In a slick way, Pearly was able to make the conversation about black relationships, not by explicitly saying that what the content she was making was about black relationships.
Right.
She just put black people on the screen.
On the screen, yeah.
She didn't really say, okay, well, this is just about black, because I don't, like, when you hear her talking, she doesn't use words like black women.
No.
She used words like women, men. Men do this, women do that.
Yeah.
Women are like this, women are like that. She doesn't really say black women this, black men that, but in a roundabout, indirect way, she does by having black people on her show.
Well, yes, she does. But the thing is, the reason Kevin was able to blow up and affect the white manosphere is because what Pearly's talked about, what Kevin was talking about, what we talk about is the exact same thing that's happened to white people now, according to who? Richard Reeves, right? They're having the same goddamn problems.
Right. And look,
go ahead.
You know I'm on your side, BGS.
Oh, I know.
You already know, like, you preaching to the choir when you talk to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but here's my thing. It's just like, black women are worried about why just Pearly blew up. Like this woman here says, why do you think her channel grew so fast? Isn't that the problem?
No.
That black people, incel creators, flock to her.
No.
She wasn't doing anything new. Now here's my issue with this kind of claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's true that some people in the black manosphere do work that's considered to be incel work, right?
Yeah.
Or they have incel vibrations or whatever. But what does that even mean? So if you're critical of black women in any way, then all of a sudden you're an incel?
Most the incel movement, which used to be the True Force Loneliness movement, are what? 90% what colors, folks? Say it with me. White. And she could have brought a whole bunch of other black pill people, so-called black pill incel people, on her platform if that's what she was actually trying to go for. Okay? She's not. Okay? It's not about incels. Okay? And the reason she didn't blow up here in America, where'd she blow up?
She went to Britain.
She went to Britain because guess what? They're having the same problems over there that we having over here.
And she knew that market was untapped because people hadn't been on doing the same things that African Americans had been doing.
Yeah. And
she opened that market up herself.
And a large part of her audience is who? Black, British women.
Now this is what I will say, right?
Mm-hmm.
My record, like I tell everybody all the time, man, all you got to do is look at my content and you will see what I say about white women. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like it ain't no strange secret. All you got to do is go back and look at the record of Gigi and you'll see it for what it is. Okay? Now, but people don't know that if they're just not coming in. They might assume that it's something different. I'm always like, well, look, they've been hating, okay? Yeah. I mean, white women have been hating from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, I got pictures of them at lynchings. But let me make myself bigger so people can understand this, right?
Okay.
I got pictures of them at lynchings. Little girls, you see them? Little girls. Okay. She said including, not incel. Okay, I get it. Okay. Including, she says the black people, including creators, flock to her. Okay, so she was like, I misread what she was saying. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, you might be kind of like upset at the fact that she was able to use the market the way that she did and move up the ranks as quickly as she did. But you can't ever stop that. That's something you will never be able to stop. And not only will you not be able to stop it, this woman is on a different trajectory right now. Mm-hmm. She basically wants to interview controversial people because she knows it's a lightning rod for more attention.
In a different market.
And she's going to use it in order to she's in the game to get paid.
Yes, she said
that's what she's in the game for. She ain't in the game to heal the community or, to talk about black love and politics. She's not in it in order to do anything other than to get money. But here's the secret, though, that ain't nobody else saying. Mm-hmm. On the flip side, if you look at what black feminists are doing, they doing the same shit.
Yep. Yeah.
They have the same. They're using talking points, writing books, and articles, all to justify their presence in the academy, in corporate America, and in government. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. She's there to get paid. Now, my thing is, if you want to get paid, invest in about 10 microphones.
Yeah.
Get you a set. Get you 3 cameras so you got different angles. Mm-hmm. Rent a space. Get you a soundboard, get 3 or 4 people working the cameras, or make them automated to where you can just have, and do it yourself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's just that simple. There is a model in which this works. But see, what we do? I'm just not, no disrespect. I don't show my face. So I don't have to get elaborate and do all that. Okay? But most of us are just using StreamYard and we want to blow up without putting in investment. Mm-hmm. This shit don't work like that, man.
It's entertainment.
Yeah. You can't use, now Kevin Samuels might have been able to do it, but he had a different model. He was interacting with women who called in.
Yeah.
And you can see he made sure that he could be seen and they could be seen. Mm-hmm. A lot of us are not even seen.
Yeah, he took my model from BS for Women and actually made it better. That's what he did.
So at the end of the day, look, I'm not here, I already give white women the riot act because I already know what they did and how they did it. I talk about it all day. I say, hey, look, why you want to give these white women a pass? They there at the lynchings. They in the Klan. Mm-hmm. And they kill black women too. They'll hang you from a tree too. I say, look, black women have made white women, they're co-conspirators in the gender war crime. I'm like, well, these are the same people that were spitting on us. Mm-hmm. And they were getting us lynched. The same women who were donning white robes. Now all of a sudden, you need a sisterhood with them? So, this is what is driving black men to the manosphere talking points.
Yeah, well, black women have always been a white woman's handmaiden, but they don't want to admit it. They still are.
Now, I'm not saying, look, I don't watch I don't listen to white content creation, man. Mm-hmm. I don't really even listen to black content creation. Sorry, I don't. I'll dip my head in, I'll be like, hey, man, here I is.
Yeah, keep pushing. Yeah.
Then I might talk for a little while, then I'm out.
Yeah, that's not what you're here for. You're here to do what you're doing right now.
And my thing is, all I'm saying is, you got black men who are mad at this white woman white woman for saying something critical about what? Immigrants, really. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in her mind, it wasn't really critical of immigrants as much as it was extolling the virtues of immigrants over that above and beyond regular Americans. Well, they're African or white. Yeah. African American whites.
Or Latino.
I mean, you know, African Americans or whites. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
So, because she basically said that the immigrants work harder than Americans.
Yeah. Well, that kind of thought has been around for what, 70 years?
So motherfuckers got hot at it, and got to feeling a certain type of way, and so now it's time. Oh well, now it's the problem. Why wasn't it a problem when she first started?
Yeah, because she was talking about modern women. That's why they didn't give it attention.
When she got 1 million subs. Okay. Now what he's saying is that thought has been around for 70 years, but when she says it, now it's the problem. Why?
But here's the thing. Anybody, when Kevin Samuels blew up, motherfuckers had venom for him.
Yes. So yeah, don't I know? I lost friends.
When he blew up, motherfuckers started talking about Kevin Samuels, how he gay, and how this nigga bashing black women, and how it's the same shit. Like, what is different about it, man? This is what I'm saying.
No.
What's the difference, man?
Nothing.
And look. All I can say is I said it before. And that's the reason why I came on to talk about it briefly. Look, motherfucker, I'm persona non grata. Motherfuckers don't like me because they consider me to be a pookie. I'm a bad guy. I'm a thug with a doctoral degree.
Yeah, some men. Some.
So at the end of the day, I'm persona non grata. Because, why? Well, because I'll go off on somebody if they provoke me. Now, anybody that knows me knows I come in peace. I will apologize if I overstep my bounds. I'll be respectful. I will defer. I will, do the best I can in order to comport in such a way as to create peace. But I am a dog. If you continue to smack me on my nose, I'm going to bite your hand.
Brother, I see more people don't like you because you are dropping real knowledge and in certain ways that don't comport with the kind of a conservative point of view. Like you break down a lot of Black history, and a lot of brothers in this space don't like that at all. I came to hear about Pearly through her YouTube shorts, and most of that stuff was her with white women, and that's how that's when I started seeing her blow up more, when Andrew Tate was being used in those YouTube and TikTok shorts. So it wasn't a lot of Black content that I saw her that was getting a lot of algorithm play, because I'm very casual when I get to see that. Watching the Manosphere and listening to what a lot of the brothers were saying around this particular issue was more about how other Black men are dumb and easily triggered over the slavery thing more than anything else. That's what I've been that's really what I've been hearing, and I've been really confused as to what the hell is going on here. We as a collective here respect obviously what BGS did to bring this space together in one of the best ways that I've seen in terms of the revolution of getting Black men's issues out there in the forefront. But now a lot of the infighting that I see around this particular thing, again, had a lot to do more so with the statement that Alex Haley said that Roots was an embellishment. And I say, and I'm making in the comments, F what Alex Haley said. Screw what Alex Haley said. And I'm seeing that a lot of brothers were agreeing that slavery wasn't an embellishment. And I don't see how a lot of, that pisses me off.
So my point is this. the reason why you're not going to have like a large contingency of black men in the manosphere being like acerbic or like having a lot of fire and venom for Pearly is because she ain't saying shit that they don't already say themselves.
Exactly.
So if it's the case that if it's the case that black men downplay the significance of race, they downplay I just heard the content creator in the black manosphere 2 days ago say, I'm tired of hearing about slavery and Jim Crow. That shit was ancient. I just heard it.
It was like
So wait a minute. So if I just heard that and then Pearl says something about slavery, then why would a guy who has that thinking process be triggered by that kind of statement?
And
then not only that, when Trump became the president, Negroes just lost their minds, man, and became like lovers of everything, make America great again.
Yeah.
They love, like, I was watching Dr. Ron O'Neill's show a little bit earlier, and he talked about populism and how Trump was basically a populist president, but not really. He was like a fugazi populist. Because he's a rich motherfucker. If you're a rich motherfucker and you can convince poor white folks that you got their interest in mind, you's a bad motherfucker, man.
Correct. He stole a lot of Bernie Sanders talking points, and he got very popular with that. Everyone sees my face, so I make comments. I say in my space. Isaiah Washington's one of my dearest friends. He was involved with Trump, but he was involved with Trump at the behest of black men. And quiet as kept behind the scenes. He said exactly what you said. This is obviously, and I'm from New York. We all know that this is a wealthy man who don't give a shit about poor people. That's one thing. But going back to, some of the things that kicked this stuff off, the one guy who considers himself the black voice in this space, which BGS said he was pissed off that basically that the guy tried to tie her comments to this. That dude, that guess his name is Jason Black, is not pro-black or anything. He's also just a person trying to create eyeballs on his platform as well. I consider what you brothers do, Tiosan Johnson, Dr. Ronald Neal, Dr. Tommy Curry. I consider what you brothers do to be the most pro-black male content in this space. All that other stuff.
So hold on, wait a minute. I asked y'all, man, if you're I asked y'all to get rid of the riffraff, man.
Yeah.
I asked y'all if you got a wrench, kick them, man, bounce them. Get rid of these people, man. And I am part of the boule. If you call Omega Sci-Fi part of the boule, I am. So now what you gonna do about it? Get rid of me?
You a dope ass boule then.
What you gonna do? Get rid of me? Many have tried, but none have been successful thus far. I'm just saying, with that, I'm off of it. Okay.
But still,
I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, at the end of the day, man, all this. Look, when it comes to Hotep shit, and when it comes to Afrocentric knowledge, you don't have more knowledge and insight than I do. I don't even care if you Jason Black. Jason Black used to make videos about whether the Egyptians was black 10 years ago or some shit.
Really?
Yes, what his main shit on YouTube was. Having arguments.
Interesting.
Huh?
Interesting. I did not know that.
Bro, I remember the voice, man. I know the voice. Yeah, he used to make videos like about John Henry Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Theophilo Benga, Muada Ashby, that crowd.
Yeah.
Okay? So at the end of the day, like my whole thing is I can't stop my education. I'm not going to stop being a part of the organizations that I'm a part of. I'm not going to stop being a member of Omega Sci-Fi. I'm not going to stop being a Freemason.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
And you're one
I'm already there. I'm in those orgs. I believe that they're reputable orgs. I believe that they have done far more for the black community than like many of you all would care to admit. Okay? I mean, the reason we got a Black History Month is because of Omega. The reason we got
Carter Woodson.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying that Omega is the start and the end of Black America. I'm not saying that. Okay? But come on, man. Let's just
You
keep it above. Like,
specifically.
look, I'm not here to curse people out. All I want to do is keep. If all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you got black folks in the black manosphere who are more vitriolic to black people than I've ever heard white folks in the manosphere be.
I think
Wow.
there's money in it.
That's
They
all
make
I'm
it-
saying. Look, all I'm saying is, I've heard black men in the manosphere call for the death of black men with any criminal records. They need to be executed.
Yeah, I heard about that shit too. I heard that shit. Yeah.
But it comes from both sides.
That's genocidal language being used by black men. I've never heard a white person even have the audacity to say some stupid shit like that. But you got black people in the black manosphere who say shit like that regularly.
But it lets you know.
There's a lot of street dudes who take this conservative point of view, and they will flip it on the other side and be and use white talking points against brothers who are trying to do something like you, T.S. Johnson, Tommy Curry, and really talk about the same thing as many of these bourgeois Negroes talk about in the very same way. Yeah,
Look, I'm not hating on Jason Black. One thing I'm not hating on Jason Black is entitled to his opinion. Okay? The only thing I'm saying is, in the black manosphere, you have black people who are more critical, especially of black people who are vulnerable.
Yes.
They are critical of black people who are vulnerable in the most vitriolic way, even more so than white people themselves, man.
They hate poor people.
And then they pat themselves on the back by being exemplary and all of this shit because they've been able to dodge. They haven't had a nigger moment or something like that.
Even those
and I'm like, look, bro, and many of these guys have been to prison or have had contact with gangs and the criminal justice system themselves. Now,
yes,
they got all this energy and shit for other black men. And I'm like, y'all call yourself the black manosphere, but you anti-black male. If they not like who you perceive yourself to be, right?
That's my
point. Not only that, but then the other element to it is now you want to be respected, but you coming with this nigga energy. You got nigga energy, but you can't go to the white manosphere. They ain't fucking with you.
Facts.
But you want to say that black shit ain't shit. Like, oh, I'm tired of hearing that black shit. Black people the worst thing. Well, go fuck with some white boys then. But you know why you can't fuck with the white boys?
No, they'll run them out. They ran them out.
You know why you can't fuck with white boys? Because you ain't got the complexion for the connection. You ain't pearly. Your skin ain't pearly and porcelain.
It's a couple made it through. The Hodge twins made it through, and a lot of brothers want to emulate the Hodge twins. It looks like the algorithm favors the brother,
or the brother Tatum, who's a police officer, the black dude.
He's not as big as the twins, but Charleston White and Jesse Lee Peterson. I've been begging you guys to go point by point on the what's his name. The older brother from Harlem.
But doesn't Jesse Lee Peterson screw boys? That Jesse Lee Peterson you're talking about?
I saw that content.
I don't think he's a good example, brother. He's not a good example.
But see, here's
I don't know if that's center.
These are all trash niggas that I'm naming right now. Period. So whatever he does, whether he does or not, again, the algorithm favors a lot of anti-black shit. Period. I'm sorry for cursing. Because I'm trying to restrain from being pissed off a little bit as what I've been saying, because I said this argument about this girl, this lady, has sparked a lot of nigga hate and nigga shit in this space, and I don't understand it, and I don't understand people denigrating our history when it comes to slavery. That shit pisses me off.
But you
And
know
I-
what?
yeah, I'm
Like,
emotional
but
about
all I'm saying is this is my thing, right?
No, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about black men.
Right. So at the end of the day, this is my thing, right? I can go on and on about this. I want Black Wizard because he hasn't said anything as of yet. He hasn't had the opportunity to speak. But here's my thing. You want me to go back and start taking clips of what content creators have said so I can demonstrate my point? My point is that you got black men in the
You
manosphere
might.
who downplay slavery,
I know.
who say slavery wasn't really, fuck slavery.
Yeah.
That shit happened a long time ago and ain't really got no impact on what's going on now.
Yes.
Then you got black men in the manosphere calling for the death of men who caught up in the criminal justice system and shit like that, even though we know that black men damn near are 20 times more likely to be, in contact with the criminal justice system than white people for doing the same shit that they do. Like doing no more and no less. In fact, black people do less drugs, hard drugs, the whole nine. They sell drugs less, everything. But they have more crime related to drug offenses than white folks, than white boys.
The white man, Tim Wise, talked about that 20 years ago on Democracy Now! About the disproportionate amount of brothers getting locked up for the same shit white boys don't get locked up for.
So at the end of the day, the only point I'm making is this. If you got black men who are saying the same kind of shit, downplaying slavery, saying niggas keep making excuses, saying that, niggas need to be killed or locked up because they make it bad for me, a good nigga, then how can you be mad at Pearly? And
That's
my
what I'm
whole
saying.
point
Don't
is,
be mad at her.
I'm not saying that Pearly can't be faulted because I think that she's wrong, okay? But I'm saying that you got Negroes here in the space saying the same shit that's Pearly saying, and it ain't raising no eyebrows.
It raised eyebrows with me. That's why I'm on here today, because of what niggas was saying, not because of what some white chick was saying. I like the fact that MTR went after her because he had business with her, and that takes balls to do. I'm saying exactly what you're saying. And the brother I was hoping you guys could go point for point on sometimes is with Thomas Sowell, as I have to deal with this shit in real life with all kinds of people that quote this dude. But at any rate, yeah, that's the whole point. My whole point was using roots as a base. And I'll say this shit live with my face on camera. I was raised by John Amos, Kunta Kinte. We had more black and white historians over the house and any places that told us that could show us, play recordings of things with it clearly showed how brutal slavery was. Roots.
Wait.
Let me stop, man. Let me let Black Wizard speak, and then I'm gonna say one more thing. Because look, actually, before he says something, I just want to say this, man. Look, this ain't about defending just Pearly. This is not about defending just Pearly. But this is an acknowledgement that you can't fucking do anything about just Pearly. You can't stop her. What can you do to stop just Pearly? What can you do to stop just Pearly? I'll wait. I'm just asking. Who can stop just Pearly? Who in this space can stop just Pearly from creating content? Who?
John Amos, did he die this year?
No, he's not dead.
So at the end of the day, nobody can stop Just Pearly because Just Pearly is creating content on what? On YouTube, which is owned by who? Google. Which is primarily representing the interest of who? White dudes in the fucking United States who got a shit ton of paper, who primarily hire and promote white boys in the ranks of their organization. That's mostly just how the fuck it is.
A lot of
now, my whole thing again, and I'm going to take the floor here. At the end of the day, Negroes themselves downplay the impact of slavery.
Yeah.
It is what it is. But now you want to go ham on this bitch who all of a sudden, look, and I'm going to just say it. At the end of the day, I expect white people to white people, man. I expect for them to extort and to distort history. I expect for them to, make arguments that have no bearing or basis in the truth. I expect that shit. I expect it. I expect for them because I am a racial realist. I believe the race is permanent in the United States. I expect white people to be exploitative and acerbic. Go check my fucking record. Go look at my shorts. I just recently put them out, how white women hijacked the civil rights movement. I talked about them being part of the segregation-based project and was the catalyst for lynchings. I just talked about the various ways in which they were participants in colonialism and genocide. This ain't got shit to do with protecting the fucking white woman. The point is that a lot of you niggas had the same talking points as these crackers. That's the point. A lot of you motherfuckers are rooting for niggas to get their clocks clean. You rooting for niggas to die. You have glee. You rejoice in niggas dying. That's the black manosphere. Now, I ain't saying it's all of it, but you can't say it ain't some of it.
A lot of it.
You can't say it's not some of it, man. I just heard motherfuckers saying, I just heard guys in the manosphere saying, slavery, that shit happened, that's ancient. Segregation, that shit is ancient. What we talking about it for? White Pearly said, everybody got their motherfucking ears up like a dog whistle. Jail niggas is doing what to you, Fantastic? What they doing to you? You got a job, don't you? What is the jail nigga doing to you, dog? How's the jail nigga making your life worse, nigga? That's my whole point. How is the jail nigga impacting or affecting your nigga life, dog?
Mr. Fantastic, come up. Sissy.
I would like to know what jail nigga is fucking up your life? Who? You act like your car radio getting robbed or something. Like a nigga, like one of them niggas took your girl pussy or something, man. They making you look bad. You sound like Sergeant Waters from the Soldier Story or some shit. These niggas make me look bad. Nigga, you talk like a nigga.
Don't say that.
Bruh, you talk like a nigga. You act like a nigga. You talk just like a nigga from the hood. You don't use different language. You dress like a nigga from the hood. You look like a nigga from the hood. Your comportment, your demeanor, and the way you present yourself in terms of your fucking whole aura is nigga shit. I'm just keeping it a buck, bro.
Can I say something?
You can say something, man.
What's up, bro? First of all, I appreciate you bringing me up, bro. I appreciate you actually, having the convo, bro. I appreciate this. That's real nigga shit. Well, brother, like you said, bro, I'm from the hood. I say it all the time. Niggas like to talk. I claim where I'm from proudly. I'm from Macon, Georgia, bro. Born and raised, East Side. My whole life before I, left home. The thing and the problem is, though, most niggas that are from the hood aren't quote unquote hood niggas or jail niggas. And you proving my point by proving it. I can be a hood nigga. I can grow up in the hood and not be a criminal. The majority of people that are from the hood and are hood niggas are not criminals. Do you agree with that?
Man, to a certain extent, I do agree with it, okay? So go ahead, finish your statement.
Obviously so.
Let Fantastic finish your statement. Go ahead, bro.
So being that that's a fact, we have this issue and problem of where we're making hood nigga or being from the hood or being from the black experience with criminality. The issue and problem, that's the problem with jail niggas, so to speak. You cannot get any type of esteem in the black community, brother, unless you have a jail nigga redemption story. If a brother goes through his life and he does everything right, he's doing what he's supposed to do, then he gets to wherever he gets to, and then he's blamed for wanting to leave the hood that never respected him in the first place. But if somewhere along the lines he fucks up and he makes the mistake, he does something wrong and he's a jail nigga, no matter how many times this nigga goes to jail, he gets to blame it on the white man, he gets to blame it on the system, He gets to blame it on the environment. He gets to blame it on everything other than the own decisions he chose to make, even though the majority of niggas from his environment do not do the same thing he did.
Okay,
At
so
best,
you
my bad, brother.
that's a good point. So I'm gonna stop there. Okay.
My bad.
And then let somebody, because I'm gonna take a whole bunch of comments and respond to them at the same time. Hammer, you got something you want to say, brother?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be here for that long. I'm just gonna say something and leave. But here's what I want to say for listening, right? I am disappointed. I truly am. And as a guy who came in here in a black male so young, there was always this thing with me is that, you know, there is a difference between having, you know, issue with your women and talking about it internally, but still recognize you're one community. There's a difference between that and then allowing another group to openly disparage you and defend them. And the just Pearly thing situation for me is that it's really creating a clear separation where I can now see the people in this space who are genuinely care about black folks but may have some disagreements when it comes to black women, and those who they have no interest in the black community, they have no interest in black folks, and they've allowed the issues they have with black women to make them so extreme. I'm like, imagine you becoming so extreme. You will actually defend a person hosting Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. So you guys are telling me the problem you have with black women has made y'all so extreme that we're gonna defend Nick Fuentes? Is that where we're at? And so for me as a young black man, bro, I can't respect y'all anymore. I really cannot. It's so disappointing, bro. But anyway, I gotta go.
Okay, yeah, you gotta stop yelling, man.
Hey, can I jump on in?
So,
go ahead.
Can I jump in? Hold on.
Let Warren go.
Okay, here's the problem. No, the issue is about people being predators, coming in and taking advantage of us. When someone says we want to get rid of people in jail, what they're not saying, people kill people in jail. They're talking about predators, people who go and prey on us, regardless if it's inside or out. All this other stuff that we're talking about is somebody preying on either our sadness, our insecurities, our issues, our problems, or just knocking us over the head and taking stuff from us. So the issue is either we become sheepdogs or we keep on letting the wolves come in and eat us. We have people who are sheep and they're not going to fight. And we're not talking about literally fighting. We have people who do intellectual stuff. We have people who do financial stuff. We have people who go to the hand. But we just need to come together as sheepdogs and run as a pack, as opposed to letting these wolves eat the sheep. And that's it. I'm done.
Okay. So, I'm gonna address yours first, right? It would be nice if black folks would form together, you know, and circle the wagons to protect their interests. Unfortunately, you know, we have the HNIC problem and the herding cat, you know, problem. And that's indicative of, you know, being a member or a citizen in a pluralistic culture. Nobody can tell you what to do. There's no overarching ethos. There's no overarching value system that determines how you're supposed to act or behave in the United States. Anybody can do what they want to do, develop their own unique life plan, right? Now, you would think that common sense would get people to see, okay, well, we have a vested interest, right, in circling the wagons, in, you know, creating some ad hoc form of solidarity in order to push our interests forward. However, we haven't been able to do it for a variety of different reasons. It's still difficult to do. And then also, you know, like I said before, we're dealing with life in a liberal society whereby anybody can claim. You can't tell me what to do. You're violating my freedom by trying to force or coerce me into a pattern of behavior or way of life that I don't necessarily agree with. And of course, in a country that's based upon freedom, or what they call liberty, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, you can't force somebody to do it. This is not medieval Middle East okay, like the medieval Middle East, where we can force you to be, a member of Islam, a Muslim, or I can force you to be a member of Christianity, or you're dead, right? This is a country where you can decide, I'm cutting my penis off and I'm a woman now, motherfucker, and if you don't say I am, then you fucking violating my freedom. Okay, this is the country we live in. Okay, so that's when I'm gonna respond to every argument that was made. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, before you respond, because people spoke before you did. Okay. In relation to Hammer, I agree to a certain extent because I've already said. I said this before. First and foremost, whether you like it or not, black men and black women are interconnected inextricably. So they can't be separated precisely because biologically we're tethered together. Okay? Black women are the manufacturers of black babies. Okay? Primarily. I'm not saying they're the only ones, because white women can give birth to black kids too, if they so happen to have, a white daddy. I mean, a black daddy. Okay? It can happen. Like with Asians, with whatever woman that exists on the planet, right? But the reality is that most black babies that are born are going to be from black women. Okay? Now, I've already said this whole divesting, the whole, like, I'm going my own way, fuck these chicks. I understand the sentiment when you go through trauma with one of these motherfuckers, whether it's from the male perspective or the female perspective. Okay? The only thing I've tried to do is bring a measure into the conversation by saying, look, most of the distortions in the community are fueled and fanned by data, orientations, philosophies, points of view that have no basis in reality whatsoever. Okay? Like distortions. So you got divestors saying this shit and you got black men saying this shit. Okay? All I've ever tried to do is say, hey, look, if you want to solve a disease, or resolve an infirmity in the body, you have to adequately and accurately diagnose what it is, come with, a diagnosis, a prognosis, and a plan for treatment that you can actually utilize in order to heal that malady. But misdiagnosing, blaming, doing all this shit, it's enough blame to spread around. So everybody has to be held accountable based upon what's real, not just based upon their feelings or their own political ideology. So that's what I got to say to Hammer. When it comes to Mr. Fantastic, my argument is this, bro. Yes, you're from the hood, and not everybody in the hood is a criminal. Okay? We understand this. We know this. And unfortunately, it is the case that a lot of black culture is connected to street culture, or is, represented as black culture is almost synonymous with street culture. We know this. However, we also have to understand that there are varying degrees of criminality. Okay? There's not just one size fits all when it comes to crime. I would not classify a motherfucking low-level street dealer who's never hurt anybody, a little punk-ass boy, right, who decided to get a small pack and sell it, with a fucking career criminal who goes around with a gun shooting and killing and maiming and hurting people. It's a difference, okay? Or a rapist or something like that. So at the end of the day, there's varying degrees of criminality, okay? And it just so happens that in the United States, most of the criminality apportioned to or ascribed to black men is related to non-violent crimes, right? Non-violent crimes, victimless crimes. Now, we can say, okay, let's punish motherfuckers who hurt people. I don't have a problem with that.
But can I just real quick?
Hold on, let me finish. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. However, I do take umbrage with the notion or the idea, right, that people are disposable even if they've committed a crime, because I believe in something called retribution. There's 5 approaches to punishment. You have incapacitation, okay, deterrence, rehabilitation, vengeance, and there's one thing that I'm missing, okay? But there are varying approaches to criminality. What we want to do is we want to exterminate motherfuckers. I've heard this language utilized in the black manosphere. Now I understand that you want, to be valued and be perceived as, a reputable member of American culture and society, okay? But you also have to understand that damn near 1/3 of the black community has been labeled as criminal, even though the vast majority of these guys aren't doing anything that various other demographics are doing in the United States, bro. Now, I understand we got a problem with black on black death and killing and hurting each other, okay? That's a problem we got to deal with, okay? And I'm all for saying we got to deal with that issue, okay? But goddamn, man, I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater and just start stigmatizing and, being deprecating to black men to the extent to which I'm willing to create conditions in which it is more easy for them to be wasted and disposed of. But you go ahead and make your point, man. And no disrespect to you, we can disagree all day. But
I'm not taking offense to none you saying, man. I appreciate you for having me up.
Fantastic. Let me just say this before you start. The one thing I say about you, even if we don't agree, you ain't never fucking disrespected me.
But I ain't got no reason to.
So keep popping.
Yeah, bro. And I appreciate you, man. Again, but this is what I say, right? And this is why I say we really, and I like having these conversations, right? Because we really get into it. Is drug dealing really a victimless crime? Especially when we look at the crack era, right, as one of the biggest dearths, and especially when we talk about the black man experience, especially whether it be to the black man being incarcerated because of crack, which I know, hey, the crack to cocaine disparity fucked up. Not saying that. I'm totally aware of that. What, 10 to 1, right? 10 to 1 ratio, years, time, given, all these different things. But this is what I'm saying, right? So for those men that weren't locked up or whatever, what did they do? Well, they poisoned their own communities, and now you have the addicts and the fiends, the ones that didn't get locked up, left to, be the, the raisers of the next generation of people. So is it in fact victimless? Is it a violent crime? No. But this is why I have a problem when we use terminology like victimless, because the mom out here that's, giving blowjobs to get a hit of crack, and she's left the baby in the house, and the baby burns up in the house or whatever, that's a victim in that. Now it's not directly, but it's, by proxy. And then furthermore, like you said, we get to the point of the thing. But see, this is where we get to the extreme, bro. I don't believe anybody, even that guy that sells the dope dealer or whoever, right, sells, whatever to a parent or whoever, they shouldn't get. I don't believe that, brother. But at the same time, I do not believe that everybody's redeemable. People that touch children should be exterminated.
That's a whole different level right there. That's a whole different conversation. Like when you start, like that's why I say it's varying degrees of criminality. But go ahead.
But I'm agreeing with you, and I'm saying I'm not of the, and I don't think many people or most people are even of the thought where every criminal should just be exterminated. It's just to the fact of the matter that it's certain people I don't want in my circle. Period. Okay, a man that has known for sure, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, without any doubt whatsoever, that's out here taking sex from women. I don't want to be associated with that man at any point in time. He's not redeemable, but that's an unnecessary crime. A criminal, a thief, he has, he's poor, he's this, he's that, he's trying to get out of poverty, he's just trying to make it. You can explain a thief to me. You can even explain a murder to me. Hey, we both in the streets, right? Hey, you ops, you my ops, you up, I up. Hey, I shoot you and I don't get shot. Hey, that's a part of the game. That's in the street, right? I can even understand that. But a man that's out here that's just taking stuff from anything when it comes to SA area, I'm not saying he should be eliminated, but I don't want shit to do with him. He can never be redeemed to me, for sure. If that's what he's doing. Okay.
That's okay. So I don't want the conversation to be just about between me and you. Like
my bad,
you and I,
but
you and I, at some point, we can come together, have a show, and exchange arguments back and forth about what our different positions are. I'm inviting you to some point in the near future. Come have a conversation with me on my channel, and I can come on yours and do the same thing.
Brother, I really appreciate it, man. I'll go and get out of the way so y'all can let the thing move, bro. I shot you some on the cash up, brother. I heard your thing blowing up back there. Read these people money. But yeah, man, hit my email, man. My email is my screen name at Gmail, and we'll set it up, brother. I greatly appreciate the time, bro.
For sure, man. Be good, man.
For sure, you too.
All right.
I was
I
going to
wish
say I didn't get a chance to speak, but I'll let
yeah,
you
Big
finish.
Kev,
Green.
go ahead. We're not done yet, bro. So go ahead and speak.
Yeah. So a few things. Okay, number one with Hammer. Understand Green Gorilla. Hammer is just being a troll. He's literally just there to troll. He's one of these guys who thinks that somehow when he talks about being pro-black, what he thinks is being pro-black is basically trolling and kind of dick policing so-called black men. So that's the real reason why he's there. He's not really there to add any value. He's just there just to troll. So just ignore the trolls. I mean, guys like BGS and Charles Faulkner Jr. have already dealt with him before. He's literally just saying what he's saying just to troll. So, number two, okay, the problem when people talk about slavery is that instead of using slavery as a cautionary tale and as a painful reminder to avoid being put in a compromised position, we use it as a crutch to hold on to the dysfunctional habits that come from slavery. That's the problem. You know what I mean? It's not like we say, oh man, certain stuff, certain dysfunctional habits come from slavery. Let's kind of back away from that. It's no, certain dysfunctional habits come from slavery. So we should hold on to it for dear life because, that's all we know, massa, like that type of mentality. That's the problem when people talk about, the legacy of slavery. It's like the point of learning about it is to avoid being put in that compromised of a position ever again. Or as they say in the streets, never get caught slipping. And I think that's the problem when we talk about it. That's the problem that we tend to overlook. The point of talking about it is to avoid getting put in that compromised position. We shouldn't be using that as a crutch to justify just flagrant fuckery. Same thing when it comes to living in the hood. I agree. I don't see a problem with people speaking with street slang and wearing street clothes and whatnot. The problem comes when we're more about worshiping fuckery than we are about like actually making money and being good to each other. That's the problem that I have.
I
Yeah,
don't hear.
so at the end of the day, I take all those points. I understand all of them. And look, my whole thing has been this, okay? I don't think that black women or black men are ontologically flawed. That there's something inherently problematic about who they are, okay? What I've always said is that black men and black women are human beings, okay? And as such, they are flawed. They're not perfect. Either a black woman or a black man has the propensity to be either virtuous or vicious, to commit acts that are upright and acts that are, not so upright or unscrupulous, so to speak, okay? Also, though, I do understand that there are historical circumstances out of which we develop that are deleterious to our function and flourishing in a healthy way, okay? Now, I'm not going to blame everything on environment, but I'm going to say that environment does have an impact. I am a naturalist. I'm not just going to say, okay, well, let's use subjective moral responsibility arguments devoid of any context or any, accounting of environment at all. Like if I was a scientist and a biologist, I would look at the environment, I would look at the subjective and the objective features together, okay? And then make a proclamation about moral propriety. I won't do so devoid of looking at the entire constellation of objective facts that are occurring, okay? Whether it be, behavior on an interpersonal or subjective level, or systems, institutions, economics, family life. I'm looking at all of these things together, okay? That's just my perspective, okay? Now, some people say, well, that's just making excuses. Yeah, well, hey, man. You could take a lion and put him in a zoo. He's not going to perform and behave the same way that he would if he was out in the wild. He's going to have a different set of responses. His diet is going to be different. His interactions are going to be different than how they would take place naturally, okay? So all I'm saying is that we've been dealing with a constellation of impediments that had they not existed, we would probably be on a different trajectory than what we are now, okay? Now, Now, let me just say this, okay? I think that a lot of black folks, man, we're disgruntled, we're upset. We've had bad experiences. We have trauma and a whole bunch of other shit that's going on, and we need somebody to lash out at. But you already know how the story goes, man. You know how the shit goes. When you having trauma, you fuck around with the people that's closest to you.
The wretched of the earth, France Fanon.
This is at the end of the day, we don't get to take it out on crackers. We not around them. Our dysfunction, our enmity, our frustration gets expressed to each other more than anybody else. Now, look, do we have some problems? We got to clean house, and we have to proscribe actions within our own community. I'm not asking for, lawlessness. That's absurd. Okay? That's not what I'm about. Like, okay, well, everything goes because of what we've been through. So, because we've been through slavery and segregation, murder that nigga. No! That's not what I'm advocating for. All I'm advocating for is let's assess the situation. Let's try to develop some interventions. And let's use, experimental method to determine, like, okay, if it works, keep doing more of that. If it doesn't work, let's cease and desist with what we've attempted thus far. It's not working. Okay? So, now, again, just to let people know, I am critical of white women in ways in which many of you are not in the black manosphere. I don't deify or worship white bitches. No, I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck here. You can go look at all of my videos, scrub them. You won't hear me say, hey man, it's all about that pink toe life. You won't find me saying it. Okay? There's no video that you can look at. And then also, I am a racial realist, so I'm consistently and constantly making critiques about systems, institutions, and processes that have left us disadvantaged, okay? I'm always doing that. However, I am, as a member of the black manosphere, I am critical of hyper vigilance within the space to the point where everything is dismissed other than our own culpability. We know we're culpable. We know that we've done some things that have been fucked up, okay? But I believe that there is the possibility. Otherwise, I wouldn't even say shit. If I didn't believe it was a possibility to turn this shit around, I wouldn't talk. I'd be like, man, fuck y'all. I'm out of here.
Yeah. But see,
You're gonna make that video one day.
All right, Greek Gorilla. I'm gonna step down. Thanks for having me on. All right.
Yeah. All right, be good, man.
Could I say something?
Yeah. Can I throw this in there? Because what you keep on saying is maybe I wasn't eloquent enough to say it. When I say wolves and sheepdogs, that's a small percentage of people. What we're trying to do as a community is not everybody's going to step up to that corner. Like there's so many engineers, there's so many police officers, there's so many soldiers. Everyone has to play their part. And when it comes to things like slavery, you have to get yourself out of the environment that you're in that causes you trauma. So you can't be in a major city. Like a lot of times when people are in gangs, do they put them back in the same communities that they were in, or do they move them out to a different community? The problem is what we tell ourselves is we can go back into the same spaces that caused this trauma, or we can react. It's okay for people to react as predators against us, and that we shall allow it. It's not everybody, like I said, is a police officer, and not everybody is a criminal. Not every criminal is a rapist. Not every police officer is a good cop, because we saw people choking people out till they died. Like you said, people are flawed, but we have to start thinking about how we build a community. Now, a lot of things in the manosphere will, I don't think teaches how to build a community. Like, hey, we need farmers. We'll talk about farming and how you can put that in the community. Hey, we need teachers. Talk about how teachers could be in the community. Social media etiquette, where we have people talking about different topics. Like you go on to these shows. Hey, you might not want to go on to this particular show and talk about this particular issue with these people. And this is things that people in the manosphere. I am not a YouTuber, but the people who are hyping up, people like Pearly and all these jump to people, these were people who were coming on, even Vlad. These were prominent people within the community, within the manosphere who went on there. So we have to make
Who's
choices.
Vlad? I don't know who you're talking about. Vlad who?
Oh, Vlad. He's Vlad was Vlad TV. He's an American.
Yeah. The dude do hip hop interviews and shit.
Exactly. So people go on to
what the fuck he got to do with the manosphere? I don't know.
No. But people go on to his show, and when people go on to the show and talk about interpersonal relationships in the Black community, this person is considered to be a provocateur or even a predator and feeding off our pain. So at a certain point, we have to just come together and like codify a code of ethics. And it doesn't have to be everybody. It's always a small number of people who set out to do things. From, like you said, Omega Sci-Fi Incorporated. How many people were there on that day in November? It wasn't the whole damn campus, was it?
Of course
not. There you go. So it's the same damn principle. The problem is we sit there and look at this big old elephant and say, how are we going to eat it? One bite at a damn time. So
we have organizations in the Black community though that do the things that you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about organizations. I'm talking about it shouldn't be an organization. We're talking about people.
Talking
what
about
happens when you when you have an idea, a mission, like a paragraph, like a 5-paragraph operations order. The first thing you do is you have your mission, and then you go into your situation, then you go into your execution.
Well, I see T.S. Johnson putting together they're putting together the things that we need in terms of political action. They are doing work in this space.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying it has to be individuals. What happened when you say, okay, let me just try to say this to you. It's not on a particular person for how you carry yourself. Once a mission, okay, I'll give you an example. In the military, you have an objective. If everybody on the battlefield dies, that last person knows what that objective is and will try to carry it out to the best of their ability. The problem is we're looking at people like there's a general. That's not how we've won wars. That's not how anybody wins a war. How you win a war is the people to understand what the mission is. Maybe I'm not catching on. I look at T.S. Johnson.
Yeah, these are collective brothers in this space have come together to put together a mission for what brothers are doing. You mentioned the manosphere, individuals in the manosphere, and I'm trying to tell you that in certain parts of this manosphere, these brothers are doing exactly that. Green Gorilla, along with Sanddog and Nameless Protagonist, has done a great series of videos laying out a historical and sociological aspect of movement. This entire channel here is hell of a blueprint. You could take hours and go back and watch everything this brother put out.
I have a question for you. Here it is. Sum it up in one sentence. Well,
you mentioned farming.
Well, no. What I'm saying to you is, if you can't get it in one sentence, so people understand what their role is, we have failed. The problem is we have all this information. There you go.
What I don't want to do is to keep, get us caught up in minutia.
You know what? Maybe I will step off. I mean, you come to a topic, maybe this is the wrong time for me to come in. But please, if you have something where it comes to a topic where we can focus in on how to get people to understand the way forward. Not and that's it. Because
I
I
think
think that
that's what this is.
So what I would like
That's
to
what the
encourage you to
manosphere
do is to
doing.
email me. I'll get you on the show
okay,
with me and Sandog, because
okay,
Sandog is
yeah,
using the same kind of nomenclature and the same kind of thought process and heuristics as you are. Namely, that like if you go to war, you got a battle plan. You got the objectives, the mission statement. You got the theater, minor
yeah,
objectives in order to complete the larger goal. Like, how do you do all this shit, right? And
exactly.
so I get the point. Thank you so much for your contribution. I just want to
All
hear
right,
from some other people. Okay.
Roger that. Hey, thank you.
Thank you, man,
All
for
right,
coming, man.
Can I,
all
JT,
right.
yeah.
could you please, before you do that, though, I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Heat. Appreciate the donation, sir. As always, I want to give him some fanfare for that. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the contribution and looking out, man. Appreciate that. I'm trying to find him some fanfare, but I can't find it, so I'll just give him the Cash App little jingle. If it'll work. There you go. Appreciate that, man. But yeah, man, like the only thing I'm trying to say to black folks in the black manosphere is, first of all, yeah, Jess Pearly might have said some shit that she shouldn't have said, okay? In terms of downplaying the significance of slavery. Like, what, slavery was everywhere. That's the conservative talking point. We've heard it before. It's nothing unique, okay? To my ears anyway. I've heard this on several occasions. But in my own streams, what I like to say is that, because I started reading David Walker's Appeal. I read the entire David Walker's Appeal, actually. So you can go look at it.
That was great.
Reading David Walker's Appeal led me to understand, when I first saw it myself, which is the reason I wanted to share it with you, is that qualitatively slavery was different for different demographics of persons. Jews were slaves in Egypt, right? The Hebrews were slaves in Egypt. But they were also members of the royal court. They were given like a tract of land. They were able to hold positions and become educated. You can't say the same when it comes to chattel slavery in America, okay? Even in Rome, you had slaves who were learned, people who were actually, tutors to students and shit like that, okay? You don't get the same thing in America. You're banned from reading, okay? So at the end of the, bro, C. Haynes, man, look, all I say is, man, look, I'm not here to go back and forth with various Negroes, man. So if you can't be respectful, man, like if you can't be respectful, man, I gotta ban you, man. I'm gonna block you. Anybody who comes to my show, man, that's on some tomfoolery now, I'm blocking them. You can't participate, man. I'm not dealing with a whole bunch of disrespect, man. Not anymore, man. I've dealt with too much disrespect in this space. And nobody can give me information about like Afrocentricity, because I've been studying this since I was like 20 years old. I'm 51 now, so cut it out. But at the end of the day, the only thing I tried to point out was this. Number one, you can't control YouTube. Nobody can control YouTube. Negroes can't control YouTube. You are not the beginning and the end of YouTube. Anybody can get on YouTube and say whatever they want as long as it falls within the parameters of the community guidelines. You don't determine who comes up or blows up in the algorithm. Unfortunate as it may be, you don't have that power or control. You can't tell people who and who not to view on TV. Can you imagine? People like determining what you can and what you cannot spectate on YouTube? Now you can make the argument, hey, look, I don't think you should support this woman because she did this, X, blah, blah, blah. But you can't dictate, you can't offer a dictum to the people in the black manosphere that you better not watch her. You can't do that. It will not work. Now you can suggest that they don't do it. But my problem is, at large, and I said this, I was talking to some guy, I'm not a Manospherian. And I told him something similar. Like, look, you got black guys in the black manosphere themselves who are saying shit far more egregious than Pearly said. Talking way more reckless about black men in the manosphere or in American culture in general than just Pearly is. Making far worse declarations about the importance of slavery, segregation, and so on and so forth. A lot more egregious things are being said. So if these things are being said, how is it possible that you would expect for these guys not to somehow, to some degree, kind of vibe with this kind of content? It's all over the place. And number one, as I started off with, I've been giving white women the business because I believe that they're part of the colonial, slave-based, and segregation and lynching-based project. I've been saying that. Go look at my archive. Go look at the videos I put out. Like even this shit right here that I got up. I'm like, these chicks hijacked the civil rights movement. Now they're perceived as victims. Why? I've been saying that. We say make America great again, America first. They've been saying this. They've been saying it. But we act like it's new now and it means something entirely different now when it's being said. And I'm saying be careful of the bedfellows you have. I've been saying that. So I've been advising you to not deviate towards white folks, whether they progressive or whatever it is that they saying. I'm saying, hey man, be careful of these folks. I've been saying that. Now, do I think all white folks are just inherently evil? No, I don't. I got white women that's friends, man, that I've worked with. Some of them are cool as fuck. But I won't hesitate to tell them the truth. I'll be like, this is the truth about the black experience and your participation and how it unfolded in terms of a population and a demographic. We'll tell them and won't equivocate and stumble and fumble in my delineation or description of what it is that took place and how they continuously today participate in it. And if they feel bad about it or feel fucked up about it, I don't care. Both conservatives and liberals, I don't give any of them any slack. I never have. Go look at my archive. I've been on this shit. So don't say that I'm somehow, like supporting Pearly. I'm saying fuck Pearly. I've been saying, like, truth be told, to be perfectly honest.
Cool if I hop in right quick.
Yeah, JT, but I'm gonna finish.
And can I get in? I'm
gonna finish.
And can I get in after JT?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Wizard,
but,
you can go first.
But truth be told, I believe there's too many women in the motherfucking manosphere getting money off the shit any goddamn way. How about that? So y'all go ahead and speak, man. I'm gonna draw back for a minute.
You said I could go first, JT?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, when I came up here, I was coming up here because on the premise I was kind of confused on what was even the big deal.
All this shit go off at the same time. That's some crazy shit. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No problem. I talked to Code Breakers. Shout out to them. Yesterday, and they brought a little bit of a different perspective to me. But I think I kind of got a handle on, after listening to everybody, I think I kind of got a handle on what's going on, or at least to my knowledge. It looks like, just like you said, Gigi, that I think it's a couple things. I think one, people are expecting something from the black manosphere that it's not. The black manosphere is kind of like or as I see it anyway, it's kind of like a decentralized space where whatever ideas are kind of like, being shared at the time kind of float to the surface. Most of the time it's venting. There are sectors of the manosphere that are about action. And I think there are people who want all of the manosphere to be about action and are mad because it's not. and then also to couple in with that, it's like I guess the old guard, the what people kind of considered like a homogenous black belief. People are trying to herd cats, like you're trying to say, or like you were saying, Gigi. It's kind of like people are upset because black people are over there with Pearly, and they're like, you're making us look bad, and they're trying to use the old tools of y'all are coons, y'all are this, y'all are that, to kind of ring in the cats to try to bring bring the homogeny back together. And then on the opposite end of that, you got a lot of people over there on Pearl's maybe channel where she was saying all the things that I think none of us are really surprised about. It's just typical kind of white conservative kind of talking points. But you got people on the back end of her making those talking points like, you know what, maybe these niggas are stupid, like, but they're making the same argument. They're all trying to vanguard blackness. And I think to go to what you were saying, I guess from a more philosophical standpoint, is that minus like some kind of military presence or some kind of authoritative military presence, you're not going to get people to just like, you're not just going to be decreeing stuff to people. It'd be like, and these pookies need to die. You're not going to be able to do this. It's not going to happen like that. It's not the way it works. You got on one end, pookies need to die, and then on the other end, you got you niggas are coons. But they're saying different things, but they're trying to do the same thing. They're both trying to vanguard blackness, and it's not possible. So
okay, so yeah. Hey, look, points well taken, man. Like like my whole thing is, this is a pluralistic society, man, and it's a society that's undergirded by the principle of classical liberalism, which means that negative liberty is like the paramount political value. And that value is such that you can't fucking dictate what a person's life plan or pursuit of happiness is going to be. This is the society that you live in. Now, you could do something like this if you were like Hammurabi and ancient Babylon. You could, if you're a king, you just decree this is how it's going. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just how it is. Like, you can't do it. So, look, the only thing I'm saying is, look, there is no uniform black manosphere. This is a public. It's not an organization. It's not, club. It is a loose-based, self-referential place where discourse takes place. That's it.
Exactly. It's completely decentralized.
And it's taking place on social media, which in and of itself corrupts the integrity of the discourse. And it does so because you have different people jockeying and vying for attention, and they're willing to say and do anything in order to get the attention and to maintain it.
And then on top of that, you got an algorithm that plays in the background to certain people's or certain types of people's discourses more than others. So you know what I'm saying? Like you could be Pearly and say that kind of stuff and get 1.5 million subscribers. But could you be, maybe black or ADOS black woman and say these things and get relatively the same numbers? It's like, I don't know, but my guess would be no. You see, you see what I'm saying? Like we're in a decentralized area where the manosphere is not an organization.
See, my viewpoint on it is this, and I understand what Keep It 100 is saying, but at the end of the day, YouTube is YouTube. Unless you have the ability or the power to censor a motherfucker, you can't do shit about it. There's nothing you can do, nigga. You don't have the power to block a motherfucker on YouTube, but I guarantee you this, they damn sure got the ability to block your ass. So you can communicate your disgruntledness with what it is she said, but at the end of the day, what the fuck can you do about it?
The only thing you really can.
This chick is not even in communion or in conversation with the average person who creates content in the black manosphere. If a white motherfucking right-wing motherfucker says something I consider to be off color, I'm not even worried about it because I already know what the fuck the angle it is that they're coming from. Why would the fuck did I care about Pearly? Why are you niggas giving this bitch so much goddamn attention? Fuck just Pearly, man.
Yeah, that's why I asked too. It's
At
like
the end of the day, she got you fucking clutching your pearls and got your motherfucking panties in a bunch.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck her, man. Stop tripping off of her. Who gives a fuck what she's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Who cares, nigga? Who gives a fuck about just Pearly other than y'all asses? Who cares?
I think it's the white savior.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about the arguments that you like about Pearly, nigga, or don't like about Pearly, nigga?
Yep.
Unless you ready to go ride on Pearly, nigga, and smack the shit out of Pearly and tie her motherfucking ass up and kidnap her asses, what the fuck you gonna do about Pearly, dog?
Exactly. You know, exactly.
What the fuck you gonna do about Pearly, man? You gonna censor Pearly? You gonna tell Pearly she can't be a part of the game in YouTube no more? You can't do shit about Pearly, dog. The only thing you need to focus on is what the fuck you can control. And one thing you can't do is call out and motherfucking make Pearly do a goddamn thing. Pearly is moving on to the next phase of her career on YouTube and social media influencing. She's moving into controversial figures now in order to fucking drum up her goddamn views. That's what Pearly is doing.
Facts.
That's what Pearly's strategy is. So I'm not worried about Pearly. Pearly ain't part of my community. I don't give a fuck about what Pearly's talking about, man. All I'm saying is, you can't really actually, in good faith, if you got men making similar arguments as Pearly is, but you got all the venom for Pearly, but you ain't got no venom for the niggas making the arguments in the space, which is more pertinent and relevant, because they're more right there in your face and you have access to them. And they're in communion with you on a regular basis.
Yeah,
so at the end of the day, if that's the case, then we talking about the same shit. But I'm tired of hearing about fucking Pearly. Fuck y'all and fuck Pearly.
Yep. Yeah.
Fuck you niggas and fuck Pearly, man.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, I don't want to hear shit else about Pearly. Fuck Pearly, man. I don't give a fuck about Pearly, man. Stop talking. It's making me sick. I want to fucking vomit. You niggas keep talking about this bitch Pearly.
Yep. And then
hold on, man. I'm just getting sick of niggas tripping out Pearly, man. And it's like they fucking skirts is raising and shit. Fuck Pearly, man. What Pearly eat don't make me shit, bro. I don't even consume this bitch's content for real. I told y'all before, now I'm getting crass. I'm making a video. If you watch what the video really is about, I told you what the fuck the video is about. But you just come your ass here, dog. You just came here, keep it. You just got on the fucking show 15 to 20 minutes ago, nigga. But you gonna tell me what the show is, man? You know better than that. I don't give a fuck about Pearly and what she talking about, man. I expect white people to white people, nigga. I don't give a fuck about what Pearly talking about. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, man. I expect the white bitch to be saying some shit off color. I expect it. But I don't expect black people to do so. Because they're the ones that matter to me. Pearly don't matter to me, man. The niggas in the space are the people who matter to me. What Pearly's doing, you can't control it. You can't turn it on, off. You can't regulate the algorithm. White people do that. Do you know anybody that knows anybody that knows anybody that reviews YouTube videos?
Do you
was
know anybody that knows anybody that fucking checks YouTube videos, bro? No. I'm only in conversation with people who fucking matter. She don't matter to me. That's why I have a conversation with the black women or even talk about them. The only reason you gonna even hear me saying some shit about a white bitch is to connect them to slavery, colonialism, and segregation and lynching. That's it. Otherwise, what the fuck am I talking about it for? So anyway, man, y'all go ahead, Kev. Kev, I know you wanted to say some shit.
Yeah. Can I get in before you, Kev, right quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, JT.
Yeah.
So, I definitely agree with what y'all said about the manosphere being basically a communications hub. With regards to what the brother was saying earlier about like pointing, like basically figuring out a mission or whatever, I think this is the first time, like Dr. T says all the time, that black men have had a voice, where black men have been able to come together outside of, the barbershop and express these different ideas. I think what he is talking about is the next step. And you see a lot of that stuff going on in grassroots organizations, where people are starting to reinstill values into the black community by various means. For example, with like Jason Wilson in the Cave of Adullam, teaching men, young boys how to handle their masculinity. I do think we do need to develop some type of cultural standard, and I don't believe the cultural standard would have to be adopted by everybody. I think it needs to be adopted by a prominent few. Like, I know you guys have probably heard of the Pareto distribution, right? 10% of the workers or 20% of the workers do 80% of the work. Like a quality over quantity type of thing. And I mean, you see that in this space with regards to you, GG, BGS, Dr. T, Sandog, everybody who is putting in work, putting in a lot of work. And I think and y'all see it's having ripples. I'm a college student, and I know other college students who listen to this content, and we're, carrying this message and these ideas out into the world. So I do think that there is some type of change happening. And I do agree with BGS and Dr. T's message of that it has to be, young black boys and black men first, to make these changes, to where, we ain't gonna fix the black community and we ain't gonna fix everybody, but we will gradually change things, if that makes sense. Like, you teach your kids how to pick wiser, pick black women wiser. If you're teaching them to pick black women, teach them how to pick wives in general wiser, right? And that's going to trickle down to their kids, creating a culture over generations, not just, thinking about it in terms of what, people who are already lost. You can't save everybody. That's the truth. You can't save everybody. And then I kind of have a disagreement with, what you said about like expecting black people not to listen to Pearly. Like, a lot of us don't know how to.
I didn't say I expected them not to listen to Pearly.
I thought, okay, my bad then. But I think black people, we don't know how to chew the meat and spit the bones all the time, and also like understanding that she showed her true colors before, but it's out in broad daylight now. And some people are hurt. Some people like, yeah, I seen this shit coming. It's a white lady. It's the white savior complex. But my last thing I want to say is, have y'all heard of Afro-pessimism at all?
Yeah.
Yep. And the idea that, the whole world is living off of black dysfunction, not just African American, but you see people turning their eyes back to Africa, China, in the United States now, everybody's turning their eyes back to Africa to eat off of, us yet again, which I think is fucking crazy. But I think, again, we have to think long term with regards to the changes we're implementing, with the ideas that we're pushing, and creating some sort of cultural standard, that might just be a few words, or might just be a perspective that you can push that has those outcomes that we need to see in this community and in the world. And I'll leave it right there.
Okay, cool. So thank you, man. Appreciate that, bro.
Yep. And then
Yeah, so my view, like I said before, I came in, like the first thing I did when I started the show was I said, look, my record. Okay? My record is white women have been full-fledged participants in colonialism, slavery, segregation, and lynching. They supported and encouraged the theft of the Northern American continent and the genocide of Native Americans. They bought and sold black Americans during the transatlantic slave trade. And when the Civil War was over, they did everything they could to keep Jim Crow and white supremacy in place. When the Civil Rights Bill was passed, they hijacked the bill by adding sex to it, and now they're classified as a minority group. So you ain't got to tell me about white women, what they did, what they shouldn't do, what they can, what they can't speak on, because I've been speaking on that shit.
Facts.
Okay? And I also said you got black motherfuckers in the manosphere who prefer white women over black women and who regard white women as porcelain goddesses and shit. And a wide contingency of motherfuckers in SYSBM is using that language. Let's get with them snow bunnies and all this kind of shit. I'm gonna find me a Becky because these black bitches too strong and masculine and shit. And I ain't never said this shit like, I ain't never said that I'm going to get a Becky to replace Shaniqua. Now, I might go off on black women when they on some bullshit, but you never heard me say there's something inherently or ontologically inferior about them. I call them on their bullshit, participation in white gender politics, and the performance of fucking black girl magic and superwomanism. But I said that these problems are mostly cultural and circumstantial. They're not innate or biological. But I also said the truth is some of the niggas in the manosphere hate black people so much that they would promote asinine and ridiculous arguments in order to make themselves look good. And the same is for black men and black women, whom many people in the black manosphere deem as worthy of extermination and ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, that shit's
to me, that's just low life bullshit.
Facts. That makes you no better than the motherfuckers who did the shit to us.
It's the interpolation of white supremacy into a black outlook. That's all it is. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I also talked about how the black manosphere is anti-immigrant. So that raised a bunch of eyebrows from Pearly. Oh, well, you saying Africans and West Indians is better than African niggas? African American niggas, ADOS people, and FBA people. But we did the civil rights movement. Well, ironically, white women are the ones who enjoy the work of the civil rights movement more than any goddamn body else in this country.
Facts.
Even more so than West Indians and Africans. That's just the facts. So all I said was, black men in the manosphere are saying shit that's more acerbic, hypercritical, and shit like that than I've ever heard white people say. I've heard black people in the manosphere talk about exterminating niggas.
Yo.
Now, do I think that Pearly misdiagnosed with the importance and the significance of slavery? Of course I do. The only thing I'm tripping off of is how many motherfuckers are surprised at the fact that a white woman would say such a goddamn thing.
Nobody's surprised, homie. That's the wrong word to use.
Yeah, even if you're not surprised, how long are we going to go into checking a white motherfucker and talking about and having critical dialogue about a white woman who said some shit that's off-putting to us and she ain't even part of our space?
No, but she's being put on us. So, what's up, everybody?
What's up, people 100?
What's going on, bro? What's up? So let me say this real quick because, let me start off by saying, GG, you my nigga. Let me start off by saying, no. Let me start off because I'm about to say some shit. GG, you are my nigga, and I want the chat to hear this. I want the chat to hear that. That's why I'm saying it. But there's a lot of bad arguments being made today. A whole fucking lot. First of all, you can't pretend to not care about something, then make a video about it. That's number one. You can't do that.
You thinking I'm making a video about Pearly, but it's really not about Pearly. It's a red herring. But go ahead.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but her name is in the title of the video. I did a video a couple of days ago called Kappa Phi Kappa. I mentioned Pearl's name in the video, but it wasn't about Pearl. Okay. Secondly, we can hold her accountable. First of all, she's being put on us. First of all, it has to be said, Pearly is not Black Manosphere. The Black Manosphere did not build her. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
We did not fucking build her. She does not express the same talking points that are expressed in the Black Manosphere. There is a little overlap because she talks red pill.
Say that.
She talks red. Okay, but that doesn't mean shit. She talks red pill. We talk red pill. Shit. MGTOW talks red pill, but we don't fuck with MGTOW, right? So my point is this, bro. If you're going to put it out there, because let's keep it real, a lot of Black men listen to Pearl, even though she's not Black Manosphere shit. Fresh and Fit ain't Black Manosphere, but niggas listen to them, right? Okay, so if niggas are listening to her, we got to let niggas know this is the type of time she's on. That doesn't mean none of the other shit you saying. It doesn't mean none of the other shit you saying, bro. It doesn't mean, oh, we over here doing this and that. My issue is with the niggas who have a problem with us pointing this out.
Bro, I don't have a problem with you pointing this shit out.
Listen.
Hey, man, look, hey, bro.
No, I just want to say what I got to say and
I'm going to tell you what you do quite often is you take an argument that you're making and you making somebody else's argument that they have to defend.
Hey,
that's
bro.
a straw man shit, bro.
No, I'm not straw man in anything.
Yeah,
you said
is, no.
I
know
you
exactly
said
what the fuck a straw man is.
I know you know what a straw man is, but
you're insinuating that I'm telling
I'm
black
listening
people
to what
like
you're
you
saying.
who are critical. Look, I'm not saying you can't make the arguments.
No, you're saying that we should be. No, hold on. You're saying
I'm not here to censor you. I'm saying
I got
I'm tired of hearing this shit.
G, you said no. Hold on. Before any questions come, you said that instead of being so worried about Pearl, we should be worried about niggas wanting to kill other niggas in the manosphere. Let me tell you something. Anybody that follows me, this is fucking Marcus. Anybody that follows me know that I address all that shit. I address the Uncle Ruckuses and the Coons and the Conservatives and all that shit. And I'm one of the few that'll say the shit out loud. I'll say that shit. I can do that and hold her to account for what the fuck she's saying at the same time. I don't have to pick and choose one or the other. I can do both.
At the end of the day, after you held the accountable nigga, then what? In what way have you actually held this bitch accountable, dog?
Who, her? I'm saying, how
can you hold this bitch accountable, dog? And do what to her?
You want the answer?
Talk bad about the bitch?
No, express it.
So what?
At the end of the day, it's about who supports who, right? So if somebody is talking,
supporting this bitch, we're
not talking about you. What, hey, bro? You want me to?
And I don't know how many niggas. You just said that niggas in the Black Manosphere, really and truly, she's not Black Manosphere, right? She's not officially Black Manosphere.
So at the end of the day,
niggas might be listening to this bitch.
To address something else you said.
This bitch, who can stop niggas from listening to this bitch?
It ain't about stopping niggas. It's about putting the word. All y'all niggas talk about awareness and yo, we got to put the word out, right? That this is
about
happening.
What, bro?
No, hold on.
About
the whole
what?
manosphere, bro. The whole manosphere. The reason we're here is to let motherfuckers know what's happening and make motherfuckers aware of their situation. I'm talking about
shit
black
that's
men,
important,
bro. About shit that's important. Okay,
impotent.
So at the end of the day, why would you not let it be known that somebody who's supposed to be waving your fucking flag, or at least allegedly waving your flag, is not about what the fuck we're here for?
First of all, the difference between me and what you saying is I never assumed that fucking Just Pearly was waving the Black Manosphere
Ain't nobody said anything about you
to help black men out or fucking working to their interests, dog.
Now, see, let me tell you what you're doing now. You're making it as though it's about you. I'm a content creator. If I'm gonna jump on YouTube, I didn't jump on YouTube to say, hey, GG, you shouldn't support Pearl, as if I'm saying you subscribe to her, you watch a bunch of her shit. I'm talking to black men like everybody else. So if niggas is following, no, bro, let me finish my sentence, fam. if niggas is watching her content and taking it as if she's speaking their language, etc., they need to know who the fuck they fucking with, bro. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with telling these motherfuckers, hey, the person you're supporting is talking reckless. They on that other shit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And that don't necessarily lend to the idea. Look,
okay,
finish.
you done
That
yet?
doesn't,
Well, you finished
that
or
doesn't,
you finished, man?
Fam, that doesn't lend to the idea that, we worried about her or any of that shit. If she say something crazy, that shit got to be known, and whoever decides with the information that they want to stop fucking with her can do that, and those who want to continue to rock with her can do that. It ain't about we can't control who makes YouTube videos and who listens to them. It's about, yo, if she said that crazy shit, I'm going to say, hey, look, she said that crazy shit. I'm sitting here right now trying to apologize or explain herself for the shit she said. She's doing that shit right now. So if she's over there, hold on. If she's over there doing
can you
that,
wrap this shit up, man, please?
Bro, if she's over there doing that, then why the fuck is niggas? That's like trying to cape for Dylan Roof. Oh, nah, he didn't do that. He wasn't racist. The motherfucker said he's racist. The bitch is there apologizing for her words right now, and everybody else is holding her to account. So anybody that's over in any part of the space that's why are you worried about what she said? It ain't that niggas worried. Niggas need to know so they can decide to fuck with it or not. I don't cape for none of that shit, just so people know, and I'm gonna wrap it up right here. I don't co-sign none of that shit. I don't make no passes for it. I don't cape for it. I don't defend it. She said what she said. Now, if you want to fuck with her because she makes good content, because I can say that at the same time, she makes good content. But that doesn't mean that behind the scenes, she ain't on some other shit with niggas, right? It doesn't mean she is, but it doesn't mean she isn't. And she just let her slip show, bro. And niggas need to know that. So to say that it's a waste of time to address it is bullshit. It's bullshit, bro. Bullshit.
Okay, so at the end of the day, like I said, you my nigga, but I personally, like I said before, it's a ranking, a hierarchy of importance about the shit niggas focus on.
That's whataboutism, fam.
Hey, nigga, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about prioritizing. Now, if you think prioritizing in and of itself is a useless fucking tool and heuristic in how you navigate through life, then I don't know what to fucking tell you.
So niggas can't do more than one thing at the same time?
I'm not saying niggas can't do this or that. All I said was if you listen to the stream, which you came at the end of it, you definitely didn't start off at the beginning of this motherfucker.
Damn, this is not our. I ain't going to even. I mean, we spoke on this already. I ain't going to go into it.
Fuck the back chat we had on goddamn instant messenger or whatever. Fuck all that.
Hey, bro.
I did a whole goddamn stream. I've been on the air for 2 hours before you popped up, bro. Then you pop up and then you like, well, nah, fam. I'm like, dude.
Nah, because niggas making it about.
Bruh, stop talking for a minute, man. You just got through talking for about 5 fucking minutes.
But you saying fuck all this?
Stop talking for a minute, dog.
Yo, go ahead, bro.
Can you listen, man? God damn.
Go ahead,
At the
bro.
end of the day, man, all I said was, if you're in triage and you got a bullet wound and a scrape on your knee, which one do you attend to first? You attend to the bullet wound first because it's more impactful on the health of you as an organism, on your health as an organism. It has more fucking, impact on whether or not you're going to survive and be able to function, flourish, and thrive than a scrape on your knee.
That's a false equivalent argument.
No, this ain't got shit to do with a false equivalency because all you keep doing is fucking throwing fallacies to me without the shit even having any bearing on what the fucking conversation is. I took informal logic. In fact, I fucking taught informal logic. So you can't fucking tell me what logical fallacies are, nigga. I know
I ain't telling you.
I'm telling you.
Hold on. Now you're committing a fallacy by saying I'm telling you what fallacies are.
Don't give a fuck about just Pearly. You do, and you want to inform niggas.
I know.
About
I actually don't.
I
See,
said
again,
I don't give
making
a
another
fuck,
fallacy.
and you can't make me give a fuck about it.
Ain't nobody trying to do that either.
I have to give a fuck about it.
Straw man.
You can't make me do that.
Straw man.
You
Now,
telling me I gotta pay attention
I
to
ain't
this
tell
shit
you
because
gotta
you're
do
paying
shit.
attention
Straw
to it.
man.
I told you,
Straw
nigga.
man.
At the
I
end
ain't
of
tell
the
you
day,
what you gotta do.
I'm
Straw
telling you
man.
right now, hey Marcus, man, you gotta be quiet, dog.
Nah, you straw man.
Man, you gotta be fucking quiet. You gotta be quiet. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what Pearly is saying. I don't give a fuck what these white bitches are saying. Quite personally, and frankly, now if you feel like you want to be the motherfucking whisperer to let everybody know what white people are saying here and there on fucking YouTube or social media or elsewhere, go ahead, man. Be the dog whistleblower or whatever the fuck you gotta be. Go do that shit. If that's how you feel like you got to fucking navigate social media space, you got to go each and every place pointing out motherfuckers' inconsistencies and contradictions and the deviations from what you consider to be the path directed to. Go ahead and do it, bro.
Sounds great.
But at the end of the day, man,
I ain't Jason Black, nigga. I'm not Jason Black. I didn't bring this up.
Hey, bro.
This isn't my topic.
Man, look, dude, you still talking, and I'm still talking.
At the
you
end
on the
of
GG show, man. You know I fuck with you. But goddamn, you don't know how to be quiet, man. I'm fucking talking on my show, dog, and you still talking.
Hey, bro, you've done this on my platform too, and I let you rock. So don't do
that.
Bro,
I'm gonna let you rock, but you gotta let me get my shit out. At the end of the day, I'm making my argument. I'm not responding to your argument.
Yeah, but you don't get
it about your argument.
No, but you're telling me what I'm telling you to think and do and care about.
You acting like the stream is about you.
You're lying, bro.
I don't give a fuck about what you talking about in the conversation we had yesterday, dog.
We ain't even talk about that. You telling me what I'm telling you to think. That ain't happened. When did I tell you? When did I tell you what to give a fuck about, bro?
You just brought it up, bro.
I didn't tell you what to give a fuck about.
I told you yesterday, bro. I told you yesterday I don't give a fuck about Pearly, man.
Okay, I don't give a fuck
about what Pearly said.
I don't give a fuck either.
You feel like it's new fucking news.
I don't give a fuck
ding, 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 like TMZ importance and shit.
Hold on.
DEFCON 5.
How many videos did I make on
what the fuck goddamn Pearly said is a goddamn motherfucking DEFCON 5 situation.
So you saying I care?
That's just my point.
I'm over here touched. I care. That's what you saying? Straw man, nigga. Straw man. You think because hold on. You think because I'm telling niggas.
Go ahead on with that bullshit, Marcus,
I'm asking you.
At the end of the day,
so that implies that I give a fuck.
My argument is this, bro.
I'm telling niggas. If
tell the niggas, man, ain't nobody stopping you, boy. Just go fucking get on
okay,
your
but that implies
right
that
now.
I care.
Tell niggas.
Nigga, you here telling niggas this is a Pearly stream, nigga. So don't say you don't care. I don't care.
Go tell niggas,
but here we go. What we talking about today?
About this shit, bro.
What we talk about today? We talk about the Middle East.
Why am I talking to you about this bullshit right now?
Hey, bro,
you gotta be writing all fucking instances and occasions, dog.
Nigga, this
you
is
always
the GG
do.
stream.
I know bitches done told you this shit before too, dog. At the end of the day, nigga, you never see shit from a nigga's point of view. You always and fucking strive to be fucking right in all instances and occasions, dog.
Where's all that coming from?
You're doing the same goddamn shit, dog.
Hold on, where's all that coming from?
I'm telling you right now, because I've seen it in your character before, dog.
In my character?
Yes, sir. I've seen it, dog.
Okay, so... Okay, tell me how you really feel, fam. I'm listening.
I'm telling you right now.
Nah, tell me how I really feel.
Sometimes now you don't know how to stop talking, dog. You don't know.
This is hold on. This is
okay. I'm done with the argument, dog. Do you know how to
do that, man? Nah, this going into other territory. I'm listening,
life, bro.
I'm listening. Nah, talk to me. Tell me about myself,
bruh. Do you ever say, "Hey, man, look, enough is enough, bro," or do you keep probing and pushing? Do you have that tendency, bro?
Hold on.
Now I told you I fuck with you. I fuck with you. But you act like I can't tell you the truth.
I don't know how to
hold
on. I don't know how to let enough be enough. I told you that the other day with your mans. Okay, so come on, fam. If you want to make we can talk about Pearly, or you can talk about
hey Marcus, man.
Marcus'
at the end
character.
Of the day, man, this conversation has to end, bro. It has to end.
Nah, talk about my character, bro. I'm
you don't know how to let shit go. You should sense when a nigga's getting irritated with you fucking continuing to press the button, dog. You should know that.
Hey, dog, this is becoming personal for you because it ain't for me.
Dog, man, look. If I say,
let me
hey,
know.
Bro, look,
let
nigga, when you, hey, dog, if I say, hey, man, stop talking, and you keep talking,
it's
gotta be personal for you because you can't fucking stop talking.
Bro, you talking about my character, so talk to me about that.
Hey, man, look here, bro. I done already said as much as I'm gonna say about the shit. I'm done with it, dog. If you want to talk about it in private or you want to talk about it on another stream, we can. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you what the fuck I think.
I don't have a problem with what you think. You made a stream because you got a problem with what niggas think. That's what this is.
All I said exactly. I
You
made a
actually
stream about
telling
the
us
topic
what
I
we
made
should
a
not
stream
give a
about.
fuck
How
about.
the fuck you gonna tell me what I made a stream about? Because I got Pearly on the motherfucking cover.
Because
I'm talking
reading
about
the title.
niggas being triggered by Pearly, which you just so happen to be one of them niggas.
So then, I'm
you
triggered
by Pearly, ain't you?
I'm triggered. So you telling
not
me?
triggered by
So then
Pearly?
you telling me what I think?
Or you not triggered by Pearly?
No, I actually ain't. I don't give a fuck about none of.
Why do you feel we're having this extended conversation about what niggas should be trained or warned about related to
telling me how I feel. You got a video telling me I can't tell you what the video about when the title is apparent in English.
Bro, I'm not.
You telling me what
look here, dog. Look,
you telling
at the
me
end
how
of the
I
day,
feel.
man, I don't give a fuck about Pearl.
Marcus
You keep telling me about Pearly. This shit keep going. We keep going into a conversation about Pearly, man.
Marcus
over some bullshit,
just
bro.
Mad. I'm just mad.
Oh, here we go, man.
Come
I'm
on,
not
man.
irritated
Don't do
about
that.
the Pearly conversation. I'm irritated
Don't
about the
do
fact
that.
that you
I'm
keep
just
leaning
mad.
in, nigga.
I'm not the nigga caping
Do
for the
you
bitch.
ever just stop fucking talking, nigga? That's what I'm saying.
Nigga, me and you got the same problem.
We might do, but goddamn it, this is my
But then
show.
don't tell me that I got the problem.
I don't get on your show and talk like that.
Yeah, you actually do.
When?
I got it.
Show me the clips, nigga. Put the clips out there.
You have, bro. You have. But at the end of the day,
put the clips out there, man.
And this is for all the niggas in the chat talking about I like her and this and that. Nigga, I came in here to say fuck the bitch, nigga. And the niggas in here talking about
I'm saying fuck the bitch too.
But you talking as if you talking as if you got a problem.
But you on
talking
the other
as
hand,
if you got a
I don't
problem.
think this is news. To me, this is not eyewitness news material.
No,
dog.
it's actually not. Listen.
At the end of the day, I don't think this is of any import, man.
These are actually right wing talking points. Niggas is talking. It's right wing.
I've been saying the same shit, Marcus.
Okay, understood. But at the end of the day, you're saying that I am telling niggas what to feel or how to approach it. That's what you're doing, bro.
Bro, all I said
that's
was,
what you're doing.
At the beginning of the day,
that's what
man,
you're doing.
I said I'm gonna do a show on my channel
to
address motherfuckers that I think need addressing.
Okay.
You decided to come up to this motherfucker. Obviously, it was of some import to you to some degree for you to decide, for me to send you a link so you can come on this motherfucker.
And it's of some importance to you to make the video in the first place. So don't pretend that I don't care, shit, nigga, because this is, again, it's your channel.
I didn't say
it's
I
your
didn't
video.
care about the shit. All I said was this, man. Look,
you did. I don't care about Pearl. Here we are on the Pearl
bro.
screen.
Will you fucking listen, nigga? You don't listen. Just because you repeat the point over and over again doesn't mean it's a valid fucking point, dog.
That's advice you should take.
It is starting to get embarrassing, man. That's why I say,
that's advice
when
you
got
should
to say. It's times when you got to say, "Hey, man, let me step back, bro."
That's advice you should take. Just because you repeat something, don't make it factual.
And on my channel, I'm making an argument. You decide to come and say, "No, this is my position. This is my position, and what you don't understand about my position is X,
bro.
Y,
You addressed me in the chat.
I
That's
did
why
not. I addressed you in the chat to a certain extent, but you kept coming in the chat for me to address you.
Bro, I'll just type it like everybody else. You don't have to say anything to me from the chat. It's your video, right? Your channel.
At the end of the day, man,
I didn't say, "Hey, GG, look at me.
This
I'm
shit
in
is
the chat."
pointless. It's going nowhere, dog.
Come on, fam.
At this point, it ain't. Hey, look.
It's just too much.
At the end of the day, man. Look. At the end of the day, man. You can call me whatever, man. You can say whatever, dog. I'm
not calling you
lying
anything
through my teeth, nigga. That's all I'm doing. So let
You
me
the
go
one
lie
told-
in peace.
you
Let me
told-
lie in
you
peace,
told
my
me-
nigga. Let me lie in
You told me what my
nigga.
character was.
Let me
So
cap
I'm
in
trying
peace,
to
my
understand
nigga.
where all of
Let
that
me
shit
cap in
coming
peace,
from.
my dude. Let me cap in peace, nigga. Let me cap in peace, nigga.
I call
This the
out
thing.
Cap, bro.
Let me cap in peace.
Well, let me call out Cap in peace. Because I call out Cap.
Call it, but don't call it out right now. Call it out on your shit. Don't call it
You know
out
what
on
I'm
my
saying?
shit on me.
You brought me in. So I'm not supposed
You
to
asked
express
to be
myself
brought
on
in.
the panel?
Did you or did you not ask to be brought in?
Absolutely. And you
Okay,
brought
then.
me in, right?
Okay.
I'm trying to understand how that's relevant.
Bro, I'm asking you now. I'm asking you to make it relevant. Because I'm asking you.
You asking me what?
Go make it motherfucking a priority where you at, man. Go do it on your
I'm
time
not gonna. After we talk about this, I'm not gonna address this again.
Exactly.
Then it'll be a DG versus Marcus.
Bro, like this shit done devolved, dog. I'm out of this motherfucker with this shit, man. I'm done with it, dog.
listen, I'm not
Oh my
interested.
God, Marcus, man, will you please stop the shit, man? Dude, like, do you know how to say, hey, man, it's over, dog?
Okay, bro.
Do you know how to do that, bro?
If you like, oh, this is embarrassing.
Oh my God, bro! Like this.
No, I'm reading the chat.
It's like,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
It
bro.
is, man. It's petty, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
At the end of the day, man, look, I told you, motherfuckers get they panties all in the bunch about Pearl. All I know is white people gonna white people, man. I'm a racial realist. I already assume that white people gonna be on some bullshit. What I don't assume is that black people are gonna be on the same bullshit that white people are. And the extent to which they are on that shit, I wanna try to reshape their value system, if it's possible, through persuasion, to try to let them know you don't need to be having the same kind of viewpoints and positions as the oppressor does. That's all I'm saying. I would expect, I can understand, because of how vitriolic white motherfuckers are, the kind of shit that they might say and what might come out of their mouths or what might be in their thought process. I don't have the same expectations of black folks. That's a whole different kind of goddamn conversation. I have a different level of expectation for black people than I do for white people.
I agree with that.
So at the end of the day, that's the main point that I'm making here in a long, drawn out, and protracted argument. All I'm saying is, none of us have the ability or the capacity to control what motherfuckers say on YouTube. Ignore this bitch. Don't give her no fuel for the fire. Ignore her ass.
Nah, this shit gotta be addressed, fam.
I'm saying don't give this bitch, don't give her I said it before, any publicity is good publicity, whether it's negative or positive. Now, I probably could have named this show something else. I could have said something else. I didn't have to use the word Pearly. But I used this opportunity to jettison as a springboard to talk about something that I consider to be internal as opposed to external. What I'm trying to articulate is, okay, I expect people from the outside of the house to attack us, to demean us, to hoodwink us, to bamboozle us. I don't expect for people inside of our house to do so. Let them motherfuckers do what they do. Let them do what they do. And I ain't saying ignore them. This is not ignoring them. It's being mindful of them, but not giving them energy to take away from the project that we have at hand. You don't have to give me a lesson on white supremacy. I have a fucking PhD in the philosophy of fucking race. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm doing that too?
I'm not saying you doing it. I'm talking to somebody in the chat, bro.
Okay. Just
I'm
wanted to
talking
make
to
that
somebody
clear.
in the chat. I have a doctoral degree, and I specialize as an expert in the philosophy of race. Now, sometimes I say a lot of shit that's provocative, I'm profane, and so on and so forth. I understand that. But all I'm saying is, I expect for us to have a different level of consciousness than fucking the bubblehead Yakubs. Now, I mean, it might sound fucked up that I'm saying that, but it's what I'm saying. I'm saying, look, we know what they are capable of. I'm looking at the historical record and seeing their actions over time. I'm looking at them and I'm seeing what they do. I'm looking at them take part in colonialism. I'm looking at them take part in slavery. I'm looking at them take part in segregation. I'm looking at them hijack the Civil Rights Act. And I'm looking at them hijack the Black Manosphere. Even if they just using it as a springboard to get to somewhere else. But I think it's a lot of motherfucking other chicks in the space doing the same shit. Just like Derek Jackson that don't really give a fuck whether a nigga live or die any goddamn way.
Hey, G, let me ask you something. You don't think that it would be important to call out someone who is a wolf in sheep's clothing? Understand, people who are obvious about how they're moving. You saying white people, and no, people who get shocked at racism, like blatant racism, Ku Klux Klan, shit like that. I look at those people in the vein that you're talking about. All right, somebody like Pearl, who is portraying herself as an ally right? Portraying herself as an ally. That shit, if she says something reckless or there are remnants of something lying beneath, then that shit needs attention called to it. And that's not to say that we're caring or we're being triggered. All of that shit is, to me, shaming language, to be honest. Actually, it's real. If she is passing herself off as an ally, then that shit needs to be addressed. And to say that, oh, you care too much just on the premise of that, that's a reach, in my opinion. It's a super reach.
Let me address that, bro.
Okay,
so
go
now,
ahead, bro.
Now we back to a calm demeanor. Okay, so
fellas, when you're done, let me jump in real quick afterwards.
So look, all I'm saying is this, bro. Okay, I don't have a problem with motherfuckers addressing it once. I don't even have a problem with a motherfucker addressing it twice. I don't have a problem with a motherfucker addressing it 3 times. But goddamn, bro, if a motherfucker done said, "Hey, look, don't trust this bitch. She really has anti-black sentiments, even though she presents as an ally and she's a white liberal, so to speak, quote unquote." Now, me being a racial realist, I think that white liberals are also a problem. I don't just give white liberals a pass because they're liberals. Like, part of what I do here on my channel is critique white liberals and demonstrate how in various ways they also participate in a more insidious and roundabout way in the same kind of fucking white supremacy as conservatives do. At least conservatives I can fucking respect because they'll come out and say the shit.
But do you think everybody's aware of that? I agree with you. But a lot of niggas, they fall for the bullshit.
Marcus, man, me and you already know we agree about goddamn 5%. I mean, like 99.99% we in agreement. Damn near, okay? On damn near most shit. But that one little percent that we don't agree on, nigga, we just don't agree on it. And it's okay. The only thing I'm saying is, bro, and I say this again, I have the expectation, personally, that a white person will use any tactics they've shown. It's been proven. They'll use whatever tactics they can to get ahead. They'll exploit black folks. They've been exploiting black folks, okay?
We know this, but the people who are initiated know this. Understand, you're projecting your knowledge and your understanding onto the masses, and it doesn't work that way. What I'm telling you, brother, is for the men who are blind to the shit that you're saying, just like you're saying it now to these guys, putting it out there, this bitch might not necessarily be in line with who you are as an individual. I don't think there's a problem with that. That's all I'm saying, bro. And like you said, hold on, let me add one more
Marcus,
thing.
Man, you know I fuck with you. We gonna still fuck with each other, nigga. I fuck with you. You
know this. No question. All I'm saying is when you say people say it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. I mean, I don't know who you're referring to. All I'm saying is, bro, like this just happened. It ain't even been a week, bro. So people speaking on it to have, if people are acting like, oh my gosh, white people are racist, I can't believe it, then I'm with you.
That's what I'm feeling like. That's how I feel.
But see, again, I'm responsible for what I say, not how it's interpreted. At the end of the day, it's a lot of niggas that are defending and trying to make what she said not a problem, not necessarily. I want to make it clear to you, G, because this is me talking to you. Fuck everybody, not fuck everybody, but you know what I'm saying. And Matt, this is me, me and you kicking in private. What I'm saying to you, fam, is again, this is somebody who on a regular day, motherfuckers swear by because she is portraying herself to be in league and in step with niggas, but there might be something underneath, and to expose that, it's not necessarily, being shocked by it, this and that. And nigga, I ain't never triggered. You understand this. But at the end of the day, putting that out in the air so that the niggas who didn't know now know should never be an issue. And that's probably what that's exactly what I'm saying. Now, in somebody saying she ain't nobody, bro. Understand.
Stop. Because that nigga ain't part of the conversation. So
just let me say this. How
Please
much
wrap it.
how much caping? And I'm asking you, G. I mean, yo, you go to my community tab, and I remember when I made the original video, all this pushback, niggas defending her. There's a lot of defense that's being made for this female's comments. It's like how Trump followers defend everything Trump say. Look, she said what she said. Niggas got mad at Ye for saying slavery was a choice. And some of them motherfuckers are conservative right-wing niggas. And they got mad, they dismissed Ye, a black man, for saying slavery was a choice. But motherfuckers want to defend and excuse this chick for saying what she said about slavery. It ain't about being triggered. It's saying, how the fuck do those two things go together? And it's again, it's not about being triggered. It's about putting that shit in the air so niggas know. That's it. That's it.
Okay, so at the end of the day, okay, I get your point. So look, all I'm saying is, you know who I am. You know my talking points. You know my thought process. You know how, like, I got shorts right now going in on white bitches. Like, the bitches hijacked the civil rights movement. Like, how the fuck are they a minority group? Like, how? Like, I don't call them porcelain goddesses and snow bunnies and pink toes. Like, I'm about to fucking start, like, I prefer them over black women. That's not me. I just don't. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that, you know, like, if you find a down-ass white bitch, you can't fuck with her. If that's what you want to do, God bless you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, like, I'm not going to say Harry Belafonte or, like, who the nigga this Darth Vader? I can't remember this motherfucker's name now.
James Earl Jones?
Yeah, that motherfucker. He married a white chick. Like, I ain't gonna say, oh, well, that nigga's just, you know, like, he can't, I'll never get this nigga no dap or nothing. I can't never drink no Boone's for him or no Mad Dog 2020 with the nigga. I smoke a blunt or something. That's the white chick. I mean, what I'm supposed to do? That's you, what you chose. Okay? White dude ain't gonna, his whiteness ain't gonna be renounced on account he fuck some chicks, some black chicks, is it? Okay? So, that's not, the only thing I'm saying is, bro, I already know how they operate. I already know what, like, especially like a motherfucker like Pearly, it's written all into what the fuck she doing that she's a fucking opportunist.
Yeah, but my
I
debate,
understand what your point is, but all I've been trying to say is, damn, do you understand my point? I'm saying the bitches are she's an opportunist.
Understood. Agreed.
And she utilized her relationship with the manosphere, not just the black manosphere, but she utilized that as well. Because she does not occlude and exclude and create enemies to the point where, or she might have done something by slipping here with a Freudian, you know, like a little in a Freudian way. But for the most part, she's strategic in the relationships that she has.
I understand that.
And it's about marketing and moving up, you know, the social influencer ladder, okay? Now, the only thing I'm trying to do, first of all, I am a black manosphere content creator, and I'm critical external. I do external criticism on white folks, okay? But I also do internal criticism. I do criticism on black folks. I do criticism on the black manosphere. I criticize black men. I criticize black women. I criticize black gay motherfuckers. Criticize straight gay, black motherfuckers, whatever the case may be. I'm an equal opportunity critiquer, okay?
Shit, who you talking to? Go ahead.
So, but at the end of the day, the only thing I'm trying to do is to say, we need to get our shit clean. We know that the ops gonna stick a dick in us.
But she's not. She's pretending like she's not the ops.
But she is.
And that's.
But like Malcolm X said. But like Malcolm X said, just because a motherfucker took the knife 6 inches out of my back, don't mean the motherfucker still ain't stabbing me in the back.
But
now my position naturally is that white liberals, just as white conservatives, are part of, you know, like two wings on the dirty bird. That's the motherfucking eagle that represents America. Now, individually, do I think they're all evil? That's not the point I'm making. So there'll be people who will try to say this, but the general thrust and zeitgeist of their culture is to be exploitative, manipulative, and to use whatever they can in order to get ahead.
AG, let me ask you something. Would you agree? Because you already said it, but I just want a yes from you. Would you agree that there's a lot of guys in this space that we're in, right? You said it yourself, that hate black men, want to see, use terms like bullet bags and.
Man, I'm about to get rid of this nigga though. I don't know who he is. Look, this is one of your dick riders, Al Simmons. He gone. Fuck that nigga. I ain't got time for that shit. Bye. Anybody come on and say I'm babbling and I'm talking bullshit, man, you can eat a dick, nigga. I'll let you.
Wait, you deleted the nigga that's agreeing with me?
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to say, well, I agree with Marcus. It's another thing to say, this nigga babbling. Fuck you. You can eat a dick, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk. Like, I'm the type of nigga, I'm confrontational, dog. Like, if you start being disrespectful to me, man, at the end of the day, either I'm going to smack the shit out of you, or I'm going to get away from you. Because one way or the other, or either I'm going to put a bullet in you. That's how I'm built, man. I don't fucking play games. I'm not disrespectful to people if I can help it. You know what I'm saying? Like, now I'll talk to you. We just went through an exchange, and I hope that we ain't cool no more on account of it. But like, the point is, the shit happens with your niggas sometimes.
G, listen to what I'm saying. We get on this internet, and we tell niggas shit about females and a bunch of other shit that a lot of niggas know, but a lot of niggas don't. Would you agree?
I know where this is going, man. I get the Socratic method, man. Come on. Go,
yeah, the Socratic method. So at the end of the day, we know that this space, right? A lot of guys here are following this woman because she puts out content that appeals to their sensibilities, especially red pill sensibilities. Now, me and you could talk all day about how white people exploit and do this and do that and do that. But that's us talking. Understand that a lot of the guys that are listening to her ain't listening to her with that in mind. Okay? They're listening to her like, yeah, Pearl, you riding for us. These are the same guys, and I'm not talking about you. These are the same guys who, when I'm on Facebook and on YouTube, are trying to make light of her comments because they want to dismiss that. The same Uncle Ruckuses that me and you might talk about. They try to make light of what she said. My issue is not necessarily her and her comments. I got an issue, like her comments are, again, like you said, white people comments, but it's coming from a person who is positioning themselves as in step. So the minute you say something out of step, the motherfuckers that's in the space who are under the impression that she's in step need to be told. And after that, they can make their decision either way. I know I can't get just Pearly things off of YouTube or anywhere else. Okay, but if this is the manosphere and we're pushing a particular sort of message, a black male message, the same way that we can't get rid of her, you understand what I'm saying? For putting out her shit, she can't get rid of us. And I'm gonna tell my niggas, and I'm a ride on the horse like Paul Revere and say, this bitch ain't in step like y'all think she is. That doesn't, again, imply that I need her validation or anyone else's, or that, I'm triggered, because I'm telling the guys who might not have the understanding that the G with the PhD has as to white exploitation. Because understand, we see the wolf in the sheep's clothing, but a lot of other motherfuckers just see the sheep's clothing. So to them dudes, whether it be me or anybody else that said it 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 times, those are the dudes that, these people, we are the people that's telling the masses, just like we got to tell niggas what they might not know about black women. You understand what I'm saying? That what's going on with this chick ain't what you think it is.
Okay, so let me show you something.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get
and I don't think anything's wrong with that.
Let me show you something, bro. Let me share something, nigga.
And nobody's focusing on her, Joe. This shit just happened a couple days ago. These motherfuckers acting like this is the third week.
Okay,
This bitch
so
said
can you
what
see
she
this
said.
shit, man? Look. Okay. If your ass ain't on this list, nigga. Now I ain't saying this is official or some shit like absolutely official, like a referee with a whistle. But this is some shit that where you know, like, okay, these motherfuckers is part of the black manosphere. Okay? Now, is it niggas in the manosphere that's supporting Pearly? Of course. I'm not one of those guys. I mean, you know, I'm not, personally, I don't give a fuck what Pearly is doing right now, okay? That's just my viewpoint, okay? But anyway, the officially recognized channel of the Black Manosphere, updated 3/5/23. Angry Man, Obsidian, BGS Hitboy, Kevin Samuels, RIP, Solo TV, Marty McFly, Roger Report, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Edwin Anderson, Black Ram, LAR, Man of Tomorrow, Dr. Tia Son Johnson, Green Gorilla, Big Discussions 76 Tech, Big Discussion Sports, Bernard Riley, Game Changer, Ramil, Cut to the Chase, Yes, 4W, Crimson Cure, Zero Information Man, The Breakdown, Woman's Perspective, Black Mind, Art Newstal, Black Blame Trust, AM1, Sheep Stay Sleep, Charles Faulkner, Sub-Zero, Nameless Protagonist, Shadowpoint, Charles Gilmore, Super Triz, Roguish, Black Dimension, Underrated Darkness, Prophet of Thought, Nicole Ali, Code Breakers, Fantastic, you know, Logic Sphere, Minister Jap, Truth As I Know It, Ronald Neal, Jessica X, Art of Ibmore, Walt Diddy, Alpha Male, AMS, Stephens Code, Lead Attorney, Book of Alpharonomy, is that, yeah, okay, that's connected. E.K. Ogamin, Sergeant Willie Pete, King Richies, Artisan MC, Pimp God Nation, okay, J.R. Wisdom, Nate Dogg 74, Mr. Z, the coaching clinician, Keep It 100, Nick Taylor, DJ Cutter. Like, if you ain't, nigga, that's it. This bitch ain't part of the Black Manosphere.
Oh, I understand that. You
So
ain't,
at the end of the day,
I
look,
waved that flag hard.
So I'm saying, she ain't, like, why are we having a fucking discussion about this chick based upon some niggas who orbit the Black Manosphere? If they ain't creating content, they're not part of the Black Manosphere. If they not officially recognized, like, I'm pretty sure motherfuckers are sending back and forth emails like, take them motherfuckers off the list, or them people belong. They don't belong. Or suggesting people who might belong or don't belong. Pearly ain't one of them. So she's not the Black Manosphere. She's not.
Absolutely.
She's not. Jessica X is the Black Manosphere. Chris Secure is the Black Manosphere as accepted by the Black Manosphere. Now, I didn't make the list up, but at least I can say I can make a reference to people who are part of the quote-unquote Black Manosphere, who's acknowledging people who've actually contributed on our scale to what it is.
I understand that. I'm only addressing dudes, and I've been saying this. This is not something I said it in my last video and on a gazillion posts. What I'm saying is I'm addressing the guys who are caping for the comments, who do listen to Manosphere content. It's not really other content creators that I address. What I'm saying is, that's not to say that there aren't content creators that are trying to defend her with shit like, oh, Pearl has Black people working for her, so therefore she is more pro-Black than other people who don't have Black people working for them, like racist.
I see how you slid that shit in there. I see how you slid that shit in there, nigga.
No, but I've heard this on the internet, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
I get your point, Marcus. But the point, like, you don't understand, like, when a motherfucker understands your point, bro. Yeah, okay, I understand it. The only thing I've ever said was, bro, is this. Black dudes, don't trust white folks, man, for real, all the way through and through, man. They'll stab you in the fucking back, man. Need we say more? Like even a motherfucker that's talking all the right shit, like Tim Wise, or the little frumpy little white lady that teach classes and make motherfuckers split them on different sides of the room. Like, you got brown eyes? Well, you're in the Negro position now. I don't trust them motherfuckers either. I think they capitalize off black politics. I think they're exploitative in general.
Yeah, but again, black again, like you said earlier, she's not Black Manosphere. She doesn't even speak to our issues. So she's not necessarily capitalizing on us. The thing is, niggas have attached themselves to this female, and these are the niggas that I'm doing battle with. Right? So that's what I'm
you doing,
saying.
but man, Marcus, all I said was we doing battle with the same niggas. But I'm worried more about the
Absolutely.
niggas more than to me, it's deeper than fucking a symptom, which is a symptom of following Pearly. It's a fucking constellation of political dispositions and attitudes that would allow a motherfucker to latch on to a Pearly in the first goddamn place. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about a political orientation. But however, I will say, if she on some red pill shit and she respectful, let the bitch do what she doing. I don't really have an issue with it. But when she does start to speak about race, I'm gonna say, let's correct this motherfucker. Okay? But at the end of the day,
she did
do
that.
Hold on, Marcus. I will say this though. I think that today there's not enough dialogue of a candid kind that's taking place between white people and black people at all. Okay? And I think that like on the Tony Brown's Journal, you used to have it. On programs like Say Brother in Philadelphia, you used to have it. Or was it Boston? I can't remember if it's Boston or Philly. My bad. I'm sorry if I misquote, where that show was. Cause I mean, like Jim Brown had arguments with like racist white supremacists on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Like on Tony Brown's Journal, there was a conversation being had between Francis Cress Welsing and a white supremacist on TV.
I debated a white supremacist on my channel.
So all I'm saying is, like, I expect white motherfuckers to be on some old, some dumb shit. Like a lot. I don't give white folks the benefit of the doubt. Like, all of them are not super bright and intelligent either. They're not leaders. All white folks are not leaders of their race.
I'm on the same page.
Because I teach the motherfuckers, and I can guarantee you, they're not as bright as motherfuckers make them out to be, and virtuous as motherfuckers make them out to be. Now that ain't I'm not disrespecting white people in general and saying that they lack intelligence. I'm just saying there's degrees and gradations of intelligence among them and information among them. Like it's levels to this shit. Now, when it comes to us, it's levels to the shit in the manosphere, unfortunately. And all I'm saying is, man, and I know it's a jab. I know this shit is provocative to say, just Pearly got y'all clutching your pearls in the half. Motherfucking the J. Alexander motherfuckers from the Native America's Next Top Model on it. Because I knew it's gonna make a motherfucker feel a kind of way. Okay? But it's a rhetorical effect insofar as I'm like, look, can we get back to the real business of what the fuck we got to deal with?
No, there are niggas that are triggered by this. My thing is which niggas you're talking about. And that be my shit. Like, is it the niggas who's calling her out or the niggas who actually are, what she said wasn't so bad. Y'all need to leave her alone because she puts out good content.
That's a false dichotomy.
No, I'm just but this it's real. It's real.
And what I'm explaining to you is this. It's both and none at the same time. Why and how? Okay, it might sound like it's logically inconsistent, but it's not. And here's why.
Okay, continue.
It's a double negative. Okay, so
I hear you, but continue, bro. I'm listening, man.
What I'm trying to make in terms of a point is this. Okay, I'm telling the guys who are focusing on the issue, even though it's to some degree something that it's like like you're a doctor in a hospital and you notice a motherfucker. That status a little elevated. Okay, let me record that and note that. I got it written down in my notebook, so I'm gonna reference that if need be. But like, also, I'm saying, look, motherfuckers, what Just Pearly is doing is what most social media content creators are fucking doing. And here's my issue. And my last portion of what I was trying to articulate to everybody out here in YouTube land is this. we overestimate our influence and our power to change the trajectory of politics. This is why, initially, what I wanted to do was to develop a fucking documentary to where I could have people who are professionals, not to say that average lay citizens don't have the wherewithal to make changes or have an impact on popular culture, policy, laws or whatever. It's possible. However, what I'm also trying to articulate is, hey, here's a way that we can more expeditiously get our viewpoints seen and be taken seriously. That's why I wanted to do a fucking documentary. I'm like, okay, look, no disrespect to anybody who does red pill content. No disrespect to them. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a bunch of yabba dabba, it's Charlie Brown, wah, wah, wah shit to me.
Yeah, but understand this, bro. You can't tell other people, yo, don't talk about this.
I didn't say you can't talk
about No. Let me finish the sentence so that you understand what I'm gonna say. Because this ties into directly what you just said. Because when you brought up the documentary shit to me, you already know I was all in for it. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the whole NFL thing where I was telling motherfuckers to boycott, even though I don't even watch football. Motherfuckers' first argument was, what's the purpose of boycotting the NFL? The black financial contribution to the NFL is small. We ain't gonna shut down the NFL without boycott. To me, that was an excuse to keep watching fucking football, right? So when people say to me, well, don't talk about this because you can't stop this from happening, or you can't change this, or it's insignificant or whatever. Again, to me, that's a cop-out. But then to say, well, we need to have these conversations and these conversations because those conversations are more passionate to the person. You say what?
Substantive?
No, well, that's an opinion. But at the end of the day, no, that's an opinion. Because if you're going to say, well, what can and can't be talked about just solely on the premise of, oh, we can't change this or this, because that's what you said earlier. Well, we don't have no control over this or this. Therefore, it's a waste of time discussing these things. There's a lot of things that we discuss in this space that we don't necessarily have control to change, but we address it. And the only thing we can change is how we approach or deal with it. How often are we on this internet and we talk, niggas are complaining about they can't get the bitches to do this or that, and we say, okay, instead of complaining about the nature of bitches, change how you deal with it, right? But niggas don't want to do that. They want to continue to complain about some shit they can't change. This shit happens every day on here, right? And nobody says, well, we don't need to talk about that. Well, I do. But at the end of the day, we talk about a lot of shit we can't change. We talk about a lot of historical shit every day. So the argument that, oh, if we ain't got control to change shit or to stop shit, therefore it's not a conversation to be had, that's a bad argument, bro. It's a terrible argument.
No,
that's all I'm saying.
Look, I understand what you're saying. And look, at the end of the day, I've gone over this even in reading the book Dark Ghettos, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. If there's an injustice taking place, you might, in order to preserve your dignity and self-respect, resist, even though you're going to lose, or some shit like that. It's like a slave, saying, fuck it, I'm jumping off the board, of the Amistad and diving into the depths of the sea because I don't want to deal with this injustice shit. Fuck it, I ain't getting back in chains. Or, resisting against something, even though it's not going to have the desired consequences or effect or the impact. Look, I get it. But at the end of the day, all I'm trying to articulate is this. Sometimes consequential and, features of objective capacity and ability do factor into what we prioritize and what we don't. Even the whole idea that, maybe I can't change Pearly. To be quite honest, like, to me, what Pearly says is insignificant. That's just me. Because I don't watch her.
What she said is...
let me finish.
Go ahead.
There's nothing that Pearly could possibly or potentially say that I haven't heard a white liberal or a white conservative or anybody that I've already discussed ad nauseum on my channel talk about. Because I've
Agreed.
talked about white liberals, I've talked about white conservatives, and the stance that black people should take towards them. I've talked about black liberals and black conservatives. I talked about black Afrocentrics and black, members of the clergy. I've talked about, black intellectuals. And now I'm talking about black men in the manosphere. So
Agreed.
what I'm trying to argue is this. At the end of the day, I'm critical of black conservatives to the extent to which they want to heap everything on black people and make it a matter of subjective irresponsibility. And then, to me, that's just non-productive without looking at the systems and the institutions, because people don't develop personal attitudes or subjective desires outside of the context of culture. It just doesn't happen, okay?
Agreed.
So what I'm saying is we need to take our energy and get inside of ourselves and try to find a means and a method. And this has been my goal and some of the shit that I've been arguing since I've been in the space. That's why, I'll talk about white people, okay? But, I'm talking about black folks primarily. I'm like, black folks, we need to get our shit together. So I'm critical of black people, but in a way that I'm trying to encourage them to do better and to think differently, if I can. But I'm not trying to force them, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to watch Pearly, man, go ahead. I guess it's room for people like me and you. It's room for you to do the work you're doing. It's room for me to do the work I'm doing. All I'm saying is, you got to understand the nature of the game that we're playing here. And I think a lot of times people, they don't understand the nature of what it is that they're actually involved in. We are doing content creation on a platform called YouTube that primarily does what it does in order to generate ad revenue. That's the business model of YouTube. It just is what it is. And unfortunately, I think a lot of this has to do with, especially from black content creators, I can't say you might be more principled in your reaction.
Might?
Well, I don't know the inward springs of your desires. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say, it's highly likely that you're just offering a principled objection to Pearly and the shit that she said, and you're divesting your support.
It's not about
but I don't want to, let me, before I forget my thought.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Which I've already goddamn done, because I wax poetic sometimes. But the point is,
yes, you do.
she is doing what fucking people do on YouTube with no thought on doing anything other than trying to get on. That's what the fuck she's doing. And content creation is about selling and influencing. And a lot of niggas is mad that Pearly got juice that they don't have. Let's just keep it a fucking buck. Now, do I agree with the white chick, saying that slavery wasn't all that bad? Fuck no. I didn't agree with Kanye when he said the shit. Okay? Now I didn't really, I did defend Kanye more than I would ever defend Pearly. But I'm like, at the end of the day, dude, motherfuckers say off the wall and fucked up shit all the time. I'm not a cancel culture type of individual. I don't believe that dialogue should be restricted and cut off just okay, fuck this bitch forever or fuck this nigga forever. To me, it's just like mob justice of the kind in the Roman Colosseum where you put the thumbs down and you call for the execution of someone. I think that's bullshit. It cuts off dialogue and it really doesn't do anything other than shame and, occlude any possibility of further dialogue taking place. But that's just my viewpoint. I don't believe in canceling motherfuckers. I just don't believe it. I think it's a regressive means by which to improve social conditions in a democracy. That's just my opinion.
I understand. I want to make this clear because, and don't take this crazy, but, because there's a lot of things being implied in some of the things you're saying. I don't think anybody has a problem with her content strategy and her approach to getting subs and money on the internet, because I don't think before today like anybody had a problem with what she actually says in videos. You understand what I'm saying? If a preacher was preaching about, fire and brimstone every Sunday, and then you found out he was fucking every bitch in the front row, that might alarm you. Like, maybe this motherfucker ain't really about the shit he's saying on the pulpit, right? So it's not really about, like, you talking about, YouTube and understand how this works. I don't think that's foreign to anybody here. That's all I'm saying. It's not. Hold up. No, so let me say this.
Niggas
It's
get
not.
jealous, man. Niggas get jealous
It's
of
not.
other motherfuckers'
No,
success, dog.
niggas do get jealous, but if they were looking for something that wasn't there, then I would call that out. When Sister George was interrogating her on our city and shit, I told Sister George, I said, while I question your motive for singling her out, but what you found was valid. All right, there's a lot of things in the cut about Shorty that's fugazi to me, but I don't give a fuck about her following. I don't give a fuck. So to say that holding her in contempt is a product of jealousy from everybody that does it is a little fallacious. Not only that, my issue is not her little white people comments, it's how motherfuckers are trying to excuse it in whatever way they're trying to do so. So my issue is the caping, not necessarily, white girl said some white racist shit.
Let me interrupt you then. So I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna tell you why Obsidian is fucking caping for her. Now this might be fucked up because Obsidian is in the fish. Now exactly. So he rocks with her. So he's gonna fucking cape for his friend or the person he networked. Hold on, bro.
It's business, bro. It's business.
Exactly. It's still a network, whatever the case, so we know why he's gonna be there, but it's other motherfuckers that have business relationships with Pearly who said something different.
Let me ask you a question. If one of these black female content creators, right, whether it be Kendra or anybody else, Shay or anybody else, if on the back end you heard them say something, I can't wait for these niggas to get shot fast enough. If that were to come out, then what? If I
done already, bro, I done already.
I'm just. It's a hypothetical.
This is a real shit because it's already happened, and I've already responded to the shit in the way I was gonna respond to it. I didn't come out publicly and say a motherfucking thing. I just stopped fucking with them.
Okay, but understand that's your choice to do that. And I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do. And I'm saying that out loud so that motherfuckers can hear me say it so later it can't be said. Marcus is telling niggas how to feel and what to do. What I'm saying is you can't tell a nigga that speaks on it that it's a waste of time for him to speak on it, because these would be people who are positioning themselves as allies. I wouldn't care if it was a white girl, black girl, or a fucking Martian. If you're speaking to an audience that I share and we are talking, having somewhat of the same conversation and speaking the same sensibilities, but on the low, you want some other shit, I'm calling that shit out. And I don't give a fuck who it is. This ain't about Miss Ann or nothing. I'm speaking for me. You understand what I'm saying? If it was any one of these other chicks, and mind you, me and Sister George are cool, but I'll do a video calling out some shit that she said that I disagree with in a heartbeat, and she know it. As long as I'm respectful in how I come across, we can be cool until what I hear is disrespectful. So I'll call anybody. Shit, me and you are having a conversation right now on your channel. Again, me and you, we talk on the back end, we cool, but we're doing this publicly. This ain't me shooting at you and shooting at me, but there's things that we see differently, and that's cool. But at the end of the day, if you choose not to speak on the shit, that's your choice. And for those who are speaking on it, you can't then shame them about speaking on it or bringing it to light with shaming language like, oh, why you caring and you triggered and this and that and the third. Because if it was a black chick that did that and we heard her say some crazy shit behind the scenes, that shit would get touched on. It would. And whoever decided not to do that, that's cool. But whoever decides to do it, oh, there's more important shit to talk about. Man, that's a weak comeback for that shit. I'm just saying.
So anyway, man, Black Wizard, man, you got something you want to say, dog? I know you've been kind of on the back burner, man. You like a motherfucker. you like cream style corn back there, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You like a pot of green beans and shit just simmering in the background, dog.
No, man. I'm just listening to the conversation. I had a kind of similar conversation.
Shout out to 77 Base X, man. Shout out to him. He just hit me up with a big joint, man. Look. I fucks with Marcus though, man. You know, we just have our differences every now and then, man. You know, I'm a strong-willed nigga. He is too. But anyway, go ahead, Black Wizard. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah. I was kind of having a similar conversation to this one with code breakers yesterday. And you know, I was coming from your position, GG, and I still do. The manosphere is a decentralized space. It's like we're having two different arguments. Like I think Keep It 100 is having a principle like value center argument where it's like if you're about black, if you're against misandry, and then this comes out and you're defending her, not only defending her, but in the comments, like, you know, well, you know, niggas are lazy sometimes. Like, if you're going to do that. It's like,
you know, you nigga do like watermelon and chicken. Go ahead. No.
I'm just saying.
No, it's like if you're going to be
like the chill.
No, exactly. If you're gonna be principled when it comes to, you know, like let's say a Sister George or whoever, and be like, nah, you know, it's misandry. We don't stand for that anymore. And then, you know, on the back end, when you know, when Pearl does her thing and does her conservative thing, and then you're in the back on the chats supporting her, like, well, you know, these niggas do be lazy sometimes. Well, you know, the slavery thing, she might have a point. Let her speak. You know, like if you're going to do that, then I think if you're from a value centers standpoint, then yes, it does need to be called out. But you're having a different argument. You and I are having it. We're having a different argument. There's a group of people criticizing who are like trying to like rally the troops and be like, see, this is what you manosphere motherfuckers are about. And, you know, she's part of y'all and y'all uplifted her. And you know, they're coming up with this argument like we're supposed to be vanguarding, you know, or we gatekeep and we just we turn the key and let her in. And now she's run amok. And it's like, see, y'all making us look bad, you know, and we're supposed to be, you know, I guess soldiers, or what BGS says, we're supposed to activate the winter soldiership and just go out and be like, you know what? We need to rally with each other and boycott, you know, like, but it's two different arguments. It's like, no, it's not. It's like you can make it. The manosphere is a decentralized space. If you have a value where you're against misandry,
so let me make something perfect. So let me make something perfectly clear. Let me make something really, really clear right here. Okay. Now there are people who, you know, I would consider to be tangentially connected to the manosphere, who like pursue, you know, not pursue, but who peruse the content makers of the space. Okay. But I would say in terms of gradations and levels of closeness to what the manosphere is really about, they're tangential. Now, I mean, they're necessary because they watch the content, or they're part of a discussion that takes place, but by no means would I consider them to be central to the black manosphere. I'm talking about content creators. I'm not talking about niggas going watching some videos and shit and just like watching her shit. Like, I mean, I get that that's, you know, you might want to inform them. I'm talking about niggas who actually make content. I'm talking about the people on the list.
Right, but he's talking about the opposite direction. He's talking about bottom up.
So I'm like, okay, look, I'm hearing a whole bunch of motherfuckers in the manosphere, like O'Shea, Duke, Jack, who's not officially on the list or whatever the case may be, or MTR or whatever, who already, said they're not part of it, or they're part of it, or I'm on the list, or remove me from the list, and all this kind of shit. Look, at the end of the day, all I'm saying is, we got business we need to be worried about as content creators. We need to be responsible for the vibration that we're putting out here, because the vibration that we're putting out here is leading motherfuckers to go and accept the shit that the bitch is doing.
Oh, I've been saying that for some time now.
So that's all. My main point today is, bro, we got niggas in the manosphere who are content creators who are out here driving motherfuckers to people like Pearly and making motherfuckers trust motherfuckers like Pearly, dog. In the space.
I hear you, but
and that's all I'm trying to do. And you can't tell me what my argument is if I'm telling you what my argument is.
I didn't say that. Here we go again. I didn't do that. Let me address Wiz. Let me address Wiz real quick. Wiz, there's a lot of things you said that you said was you and Gigi's argument that I actually agree with, because I said it earlier. You understand what I'm saying? You're saying, well, his argument is this and our argument is this, as if your argument is not, some of the things that's in your argument is not part of my argument. What I'm saying is, look, we got, like you said, this is a public, right? We got a lot of guys on the internet saying a lot of different things. And, the things that I talk about, G, ain't necessarily all the things you talk about. Why would Keep It 100 channel regurgitate what the Green Gorilla channel is talking about, right? So I address different things, you address some things, right? But it's not to say that only one thing should be addressed and the other thing should be left on the floor. So I can point out, yo, Shorty's on some shit. And for the niggas that fuck with her, thinking that she's not on the shit you're saying she's on, that I understand she's on, and this man understands that she's on. For them niggas that are, I guess, under the spell of a white bitch, I'm pointing that out, right? Right? For the niggas that might be under the spell of a white bitch, of course, that doesn't include you and probably a lot of guys in the chat, right? But it includes, and that's what we're here for. You say, well, what does that do? Nigga, we're here for information. None of us are activists. We ain't out there with holding signs and shit. We on YouTube, and what we're here to do.
I'm like shit. I got my 501c popping right now. No, I'm talking shit, man. Go
yeah, I know. So at the end of the day,
but Marcus, I have been an activist,
bro.
dog.
Yeah, we've all done our fair share of shit. What I'm saying is, on this YouTube, we give out information for those who may have it. Now, if like my man said, if you need it, digest it. If you don't, spit the bones out. But that's not to say, well, you're focusing on blah, blah, blah. I don't know personally anybody that's done 5 videos about this. This has just happened, right? So that's a reach.
Shit, I think O'Shea on number 8 or some shit, man.
Listen, that's O'Shea.
There are people out there.
I'm talking shit, man. Let me stop talking for that motherfucker to come after me, man.
But G, what I'm saying is, while you might be discussing, one topic, something academic, I might discuss this. And to say, oh, but Marcus, why are you focusing on that? Because I address it, to be honest. I didn't do a whole video about Pearl. I did a whole video about Cap, and Pearl was part of the video. And I didn't dwell on that for that long. And right now I'm speaking for me, but as far as the space is concerned, this has just come out. Niggas gonna cover it just like Channel 5 News gonna cover some shit. Channel 7 News gonna cover some shit. Everybody's gonna cover some shit. Everybody's gonna cover Putin and the war in Iraq and everything. And that's like number 7 saying, why you focus on the cat in the tree? You should be talking about Vladimir Putin. And at the end of the day, bro, it's what we do. This is information. Either you like or need the information, or you don't like or don't need the information. And if you don't like, click on another channel or wait for the other topic to come up. But to say that, well, you bringing it up, is it, bro? It's not just it's not just a value-based thing. It's at the end of the day, it's information, and that's what us content creators are here for. Whether we're talking about this or about black women, about anything that Gigi might bring up,
man, I'm here for
Dr.
the likes,
Tom
man.
might
Fuck what
bring
you
up,
talking
anybody.
about, man. I'm here for the likes, nigga. I'm here for subscribers and monetization,
hey,
nigga.
Man.
Fuck all that shit you talking about, nigga. I need my
And
bag
I
up, nigga.
and I ain't here to tell you
plug right
that you
now,
ain't.
man. Fuck all that bullshit, nigga. I'm trying to get this money, man. Fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, hit me up on the Cash App. $G with a PhD. Fuck with your boy. Boy, oh boy. My position will change with the weather, nigga. My shit will change like the oil in the range, nigga. Tell me what you want to hear to come out strange and deranged. You feel me? All you gotta do is holler at your boy. You feel me? No.
Yo, I'm about to roll out. So, you know, all y'all niggas in the chat, they got tired of hearing my voice like I give a fuck. I'm out of here. Y'all can throw rice. You know what I'm saying? Pop firecrackers and all that other shit. At the end of the day, I jumped on here to talk to my man. I mean, you know, hit me later. We'll talk about it at the end of the day. Yo, y'all enjoy y'all Sunday. Shout out to K Williams. I see you. Shout out to everybody in the chat that fucks with me. You know what I mean?
But I fuck with you still. You know what I'm saying? You know, look, I know I'm irritating. I'm just who I am, man. I'm not gonna change, bro. I'm gonna be me. I talk loud.
Nigga, ain't nobody trying to change your ass, nigga. Nigga, you be implying a lot.
Take your short ass somewhere, man. Go ahead and lift some weights, nigga, something, man. Do some pull-ups or something. Man.
Lift your ass in the
motherfucker, go eat a smoothie or something,
nigga. Mexico, nigga.
Nigga, go take a flight to Japan, nigga. Don't holler at me till you touch down, nigga.
Oh, this nigga to go for Mexico, nigga. Motherfucker. Anyway, yo, peace out. I'm out of here.
Get on a flight with no Wi-Fi, nigga. So I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead. I'll holler at you, man.
Peace.
So look, man, look. At the end of the day, I know that the shit that I put out there was provocative, you know. I knew it would kind of get motherfuckers, you know, a little, you know, kind of like. I know it would get people riled up to a certain extent, and it is what it is. I'm not always right, but like I try to do the best that I can in order to make points that I think are important. And you know, I think that, am I really worried about like fucking Pearly, you know, and her racism? Not really.
Right.
Not really. You know, I don't have no desire to really actually have a conversation with Pearly. Like, not that I wouldn't. It's not like I'm principally opposed to having a conversation with Pearly, but I'm like, look, it's factual, man. Pearly ain't said shit that motherfuckers in the manosphere ain't said. It's fucked up. But it's the truth, man. It's the it's the fucking truth, man. Now, I know, you know, like you might say to me, oh, well, that's not really important or relevant. All I'm saying is, I done heard some fucked up shit come out of niggas' mouths in the manosphere. Straight up. From genocide, ethnic cleansing sort of shit to, you know, the downplaying of slavery and all that kind of shit. I'm like, bro, if you saying that sort of shit and niggas is following you, why wouldn't they follow Pearly? She ain't doing nothing but saying shit niggas saying.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I get the point that, you know, the principally that's fucked up, but I'm saying it about niggas. Stop driving motherfuckers over to white people and shit who are capital. She got 1 million followers, dog, 1 million plus. She got 1 million plus. But nigga, I ain't even got 9,000 followers. And not to say, like, I'm not jealous of this chick like that, because I already know that the shit that I put out there is not palatable to the public. It's not going to get me advertisers and shit. It's not going to get me sponsorships. The fact is, if I had a nice rack and a cute face and a fat ass, I can put that shit on camera and niggas would be spitting in my cash out like I was like nigga getting in my deal, trying to fuck and everything else.
You got an OnlyFans, bro?
I'm just saying, no, I don't, but like, you know.
I'm saying that's the kind of shit you were hearing.
I'm just saying. Because I'm going to tell you right now, no disrespect, but motherfucker, if you a woman in the manosphere and you built your shit up, you're going to get more, all that shit, you're going to get more than the average black man in the manosphere, unless you blew up. Like David the Man said, women already have an advantage over men in the content game, just the way of the world. It is what it is. But that chick came in the game with a vengeance, nigga. She came in quick and rose up the ranks like, nigga, get over here. She Mortal Kombat in this motherfucker. Straight up. Flawless victory.
Yeah, she came
got
in
more followers than fucking Kevin Samuel got now, don't she? Oh, damn near.
Yeah.
She got a taste of that Andrew Tate money. It was like, well, it brought me negative publicity, but god damn it, it gave me a lot of followers. She was at like under 1 million when she first interviewed Tate, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she just reached it at that point.
So now she had like half of that off from fucking Andrew Tate. Now where's she about to be at over this motherfucker? Whoever the dude is. What's his name? The racist white boy?
Nick
the
Fuentes.
White nationalist?
Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. And by the way, ain't Nick Fuentes like a Trump supporter?
Yep. Or he was. I'm not sure he is anymore.
I'm like, wasn't that like his man and shit? Like,
yeah, that's how he got. That's how he got big.
I know, wasn't he the Make America Great Again, wear red hat wearing motherfucker?
Yeah, it was his staple.
Ain't it a whole bunch of niggas in the manosphere that Trump is their man?
There he is, yeah.
Just wearing the same shit?
And they also saying, Ray Ray and Pookie need to die. So,
So what the fuck am I like, bro? I'm saying. I'm done, bro. I'm through with it. I done said what I had to say. I get the sentiment. I understand that black people, like, they feel that things are hopeless, that they don't get a fair shake, that they're connected to intransigence, that they're connected to criminality and a devolved and, a kind of banal culture. But come on, bro. Like, sometimes we go too far. I know we want to, not be associated with negativity, so to speak. I get it. I understand it. And I do understand the excesses of the left. I can see how the left is alienating to black men at the current moment. I see it in real time. So I'm aware of it. I understand it. But at the same time, my understanding of the history of race in the United States and the way it modally expresses itself contemporarily, like, this shit ain't all that gone, bro.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me say a couple things and I'll get off and let you go, because I ain't trying to hold you up. You've been up here for like 3, almost 4 hours, so.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I saw something in the chat that was saying shout out to BGS when I was talking about the whole or maybe they are lazy, and I just want to speak to that real quick because I think BGS's approach to this is a little more nuanced than the people who are anti Ray Ray Pookie, want Ray Ray Pookie to die, think they're the scourge of the earth, and wants no kind of affiliation with that kind of with what they see as like kind of the scourge of blackness, and think that it should all be burned and those people should be gone. I don't think BGS holds that point of view. So when BGS says that, I think he's coming at it more from a permutation of culture. He could speak to that, a little better than I could, but I don't think it's the same sentiment as
BGS is a tactician.
Exactly.
Quite simply, he's like, look, okay, it's a white bitch that's saying some shit that's racist or whatever. Like, duh, like, you don't fucking think you're gonna get that. But however, like, is the vast majority of the shit that she messages out there, does it kind of congeal and bond with the shit that you propagate in relation to red pill shit? Should women be held more accountable? Do men, get the short end of the stick when it comes to law and policy?
Yes.
If it's the case that she asserts that, then let the bitch speak.
Exactly.
Like, you're not about to change racism in the United States or in the Western world. Like, I mean, we can call it out. We can. I'm not saying that we shouldn't call it out. Okay? So before people say, well, you're saying don't call it out or whatever. No.
Yeah, it's like, from what I understand about what BGS is saying, he's basically saying, there are levers to get your message out, and if the manosphere's message is blank and she is saying blank, then let her spread blank. That's essentially what he's saying.
So here's the difference between me and a lot of black men in the manosphere, is that a lot of black men in the manosphere want to eliminate people. I would rather eliminate the behavior of the people.
Exactly.
Because I believe that the people, in and of themselves, that's all you have to work with. You don't get to fucking decide who your team is in relation to, like, it's like the Bad News Bears. You ever see that shit back a long time ago? Like a baseball clique of boys who had no real physical talent, but, the coach whipped them into shape. You don't get to fucking decide. Like, that's like Muhammad deciding, I don't like these desert niggas. Fuck them. I'm not going to spread the Islamic faith to them.
Right.
You don't get to decide the group of people that you have to work with. You don't have a fucking choice. This is your team. Now, either you're saying, okay, I'm going to just, like I'm God in a Deus Ex Machina or something. I'm going to eliminate all the bad ones like Sodom and Gomorrah. Bruh, you don't have the capacity to do that. That's fantastic. Think about it. Do you have the ability to carry your desiderata to fruition?
Exactly, and that's what we were saying before. Short of a authoritarian military presence, you don't have that ability. And I think that's the difference between what BGS is saying and what people in the comments on these channels are saying. When people are saying these things in the comments on the channel, they are saying that because, like, they're saying that coming from we're righteous and let the unrighteous fall, kind of
to me, that's, you know what that shit is like? That's like Clint Eastwood trying to clean up his neighborhood with a fucking 2x4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. But they're not actually doing it. That's the issue. Because if they were actually there doing the shit, then maybe these little niggas that they have such a disdain for wouldn't even be doing the shit that they're doing.
Right.
It's impotent hatred that really actually is an internalization, as far as I'm concerned, of what they consider to be maltreatment by the society at large. As if, well, if it wasn't for these dirty niggas, then these white people wouldn't see me as, reprobate.
Exactly.
You can't, them motherfuckers, if they don't like you, they don't like you. If they don't want to fuck with you, they ain't gonna fuck with you. It ain't cause Lil Ray and them. It ain't cause some little niggas with their pants sagging is the reason why they don't like you. Nigga, you could be a PhD graduate, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, whatever the fucking case may be, they still don't like you. You can have on a suit and have all of your shit be, the most morally upright. Man, look, bruh, Jesus came, this is an anecdote, it's some bullshit, but Jesus walked on earth.
This whole story is about
think about the fucking story, bro. Just think about that as a story.
Right.
A theme.
He received persecution.
He was God on earth, the Son of God. Okay?
You're not going to be able to vanguard blackness to the degree where you save yourself from ridicule. It's not going to happen.
If the people find you to be objectionable for whatever reason, it could be a reason that's predicated upon superficial qualities and characteristics of who you are. It could be because of your culture, your language, your religion. White people have a unique, they fucking murdered Jews who were fucking productive. And they used the excuse that they were productive to kill them.
Yeah, there's no rational strategy that you can implement that's going to save you from irrational behavior. It's just not going to happen.
They said, look, you motherfuckers is making too much money in this bitch and you got too much of a corner in the market. You motherfuckers need to be dealt with. You're too goddamn productive. You're too good. You're outdoing us. Get them niggas. I mean, get them motherfuckers. It doesn't matter, man. Like you said, and I think you expressed it. But I get the argument. I understand the sentiment. It's like, maybe if we were more upright, then perhaps maybe we wouldn't be so downtrodden. Maybe perhaps if we were able to put our virtue on display, they would acknowledge it, see it for what it is, and then we could be treated better. But, you know, my viewpoint on this is, and I think you put it in a good way, like, dude, don't fucking matter.
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
If you're the son of God, they'll murk your fucking ass. If you Jews in Germany and they have a reason to fucking exterminate you because they're disgusted with you because you're just a dirty, filthy this and that, even though you're like, most of the economy hinges around your activity and your productivity, don't fucking matter. They don't want to fuck with you. Boom.
Yeah, and what I was trying to say when Keep It 100 was still here, I don't want to, belabor that because it's gone.
Don't get that motherfucker riled up.
Yeah, it's just that, there are a segment of people who are upset because they feel like blackness isn't being vanguarded to the point that they feel safe, and they want the manosphere to rally and do something about it. That's what this is really about. They want the manosphere to rally and vanguard blackness, but that's not what it's about. It's an individual choice. If people go on the Pearl's channel want to make an individual value-based choice, then that's on them. But us over here, we already know what the game is. She's a conservative. That's what conservatives do.
So hold on. Let me address this Adam Price guy. Like, bro, me making an example, I use Jesus. Why ain't I simping for Jesus then? It's a fucking example, man. Do you guys even understand how argumentation works? How am I simping for anybody by saying, here's a historical set of circumstances that took place? How's that? You guys, I can see why people say this place is filled with weirdos and shit. It's because some of the shit you guys say is weird.
Yeah, it's really weird when you hear a lot of people like being like, oh yeah, we're logical and all that stuff, and then you like listen to some of how like the arguments put together, and it's like, not quite sure, but but yeah, it's just that, and I'll say this and I'll jump down. Yeah, the manosphere is not going to vanguard blackness. It's not going to happen. So if you're asking that or expecting that from the manosphere, then you're expecting it from the wrong place. It's not what the manosphere was made to do. I think a lot of people are expecting something from the manosphere that it's not built for. The manosphere is here to for dudes to talk about their experiences, come together and figure out how to navigate their individual experience. If they're over at Pearl and Nick Fuentes is up there and they don't agree with that individually, personally, they have a value decision to make. But the manosphere as a whole, that like her doing whatever it does not mean anything to the manosphere as a whole. Like she rose because she rose. That's it. It's decentralized.
Hey, bro, like at the end of the day, like you see a motherfucker take off, but I mean, when you look at her show, like even like, Keep It 100 had to admit, like, the chick got some cameras and shit, and it was on and popping. She got a motherfucking editor and shit, and she started making shows and cutting fucking clips and shit, putting shorts and shit out there in little segments. She invested in the equipment to produce the kind of show that could actually have the capacity to take off on YouTube. And she did it, using black folks because they probably was cheaper. And I know it sounds fucked up, I mean, it's fucked up, but I mean, they probably, were more invested in gender war issues than most white motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no strange secret that, like, when it comes to gender dysfunction, it's all up in our community. Whether it's here or there, white people have fucking impacted the sexual relationships between black men and women. It's happened. It is what it is.
Yeah. And so, I guess that does it for me. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so I'm done with it, man. Like, I'm done with it myself, man. Thank you for joining. If you don't like the content, hey, man, you go ahead and do what you got to do, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at you. Hold on. Let me go to my let me come to my scene here, man. Like, it at the end of the day, man, if you like the content, cool. If you don't, man, you always can click off, man. It's 1,000 channels waiting for you to consume content, bro. Thank you for coming back to mine. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I ask is, when you come, man, come correct, man. Please show a little bit of respect. Yeah, I mean, things get a little bit, out of hand here and there, man, but we rein it back in. 77 Basex, shout out to him, man. He says, yeah, she saw a void in the market after the death of Kevin Samuels, and she ran with it. You know what you're saying, right? She the Jay-Z of this motherfucker. She saw a quick opportunity real fast. She was like, oh, you know what? Biggie dead. Tupac dead. Fuck it. It's a lane. I'm about to jump in this bitch right now. She jumped in it. Now, the woman is seeing another lane, and she doesn't really care about, like, let's just be frank. She not really, I mean, she's doing damage control right now, but let's just be frank, man. The woman, I can't really speak to her motives. I don't know. But she knew what bringing Nick Fuentes would do in relation to the demographic that is part of her viewership. She not dumb, bro. She doesn't appear to be like a woman who's lost about marketing and, data analytics. She doesn't seem like she is aloof. She knows what she's doing. She wants that Andrew Tate money, man. Bottom line. And there's room for growth in that. If you can muster enough people to follow. And which she has done. It's the facts, man. So now you're gonna have motherfuckers who never, ever. Bro, you're going. You're out. Never had to see you again, sir. Right now, I'm like, like if I see people being disrespectful on my channel from now on, man, you're going. Bye-bye. Holler at you. See you. Wouldn't want to be you. Let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. Bye, hater. Holler at you, man. I'm not, like the song say, I'm living my best life. I'm not going back and forth with you niggas. Fuck y'all. I'm out. You feel me? So anyway, man, you know, it is what it is, man. It's GG, man. I'll be back tomorrow, man. I'm gonna do some ghetto shit tomorrow, bro. You know? So it's been a while, so it's time for me to do an installment of some ghetto shit. It is what it is. You're going to. Bye, bitch. See how that works? More and more people just getting their heads chopped off. Bye, hating motherfuckers. Holla at you. Anyway, I'll holler at y'all on the next one, man. Peace out.